good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although, the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? There.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put your snapback up.
What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I'm gonna tell it to my life. We're going down.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome, folks. How's everyone today? Hopefully everybody's doing really well. And as we start yet another day, here we go. All right. Kat Kat had some stuff going on with her kid today, so she may or may not make it in. That's fine. It's not a big deal. We'll just continue on with or without her, just like any other time. It's good to see everybody. Like the tag, yeah. What's up, Wills? So, of course, we did a day shift yesterday and a day shift or a night shift last night. Did it, or a main show last night, and it's been an interesting week, right? We've had the Hawktua girl come out. That was fun yesterday to talk about that, and we've had multiple things going on everywhere, just everywhere. We had a great conversation. Anson and I had a great conversation last night about who how the presidential race might go, and I think that was a pretty interesting thing to kind of watch. Is really interesting. But when you do a daily show or an almost daily show, and you're just constantly looking for material and looking for content and looking for things to talk about, sometimes we miss like really simple things. And I was watching a little bit of the Whatever podcast from the other night, and what a train wreck that was. Some of the interesting comments and whatnot. Well, it was just crazy. This was crazy stuff. And it occurs to me that when we talk about relationships a lot, especially, obviously between men and women, one of the interesting things I find is that when we're talking about these relationships, we're often not talking about the people around you, right? Like, for example, and Andrew said this, and I thought this was kind of inspired. This is like really smart, next level thinking, right? Like, women are always talking, especially women and some men are always talking about how men and women need to have this deep connection, this deep relationship, and all of this. And Andrew says, no, I don't want that. I want to, matter of fact, I prefer a very shallow relationship with a woman, because, women, they just think differently, right? Like, we're not going to have this, like, while we can have a lot of commitment together, we can have a lot of conversation, and we can agree on a lot of things and that sort of thing. Can we really have a deep in relationship? Can we? And it got me thinking about it, because I don't think I've ever thought that. I don't think that I ever wanted a deep emotional relationship with a woman, because I'm a very stoic person. I have very even feelings, and that's just how it is. My wife is obviously more emotional. She's obviously a female, so obviously more emotional than I am. And I think that this causes a lot of friction between men and women, because what happens is that a man thinks that he's being like super emotional, right? Like showing affection and love and caring and really doing everything right. And the woman thinks that's like the lowest level possible. Achievement not unlocked. Do not advance to the next level. You do not receive the treasure of Elvendor. That's how that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And it really got me thinking about all of this, kind of the stuff I say is really along those lines, right? Like, my wife and I don't have long, deep conversations about silly things. We just don't. And matter of fact, there's a whole, the whole idea of woman prattle, right, is very real. It really kind of like, it hit home, man. It really hit home. It really hit home, because I think that there is a subset of men that are far more emotional than most other men. And those men tend to want to kind of want other men to act like them, and women look at those weaker, in my opinion, more emotional men and say, why can't my man be more like that? Why can't he just understand me better? Well, we understand you fine. We just don't communicate it. Is this man prattle? No, Cheeks. You wouldn't recognize, male speak because you're still in your Coomer stage. And as soon as you level up, brother, you'll understand. You'll get it. Emotional guys are in jail. That's you're not wrong, brother. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. That's fucking great. Angel Berber. I've got something for you, Angel Berber. Stand by, sir. Stand by. I was going to save this till the end, but if you're going to be out doing the exercise thing, we are going to go ahead and get into this now. So what we've got here is the bear choosing the woman. This is
I think he's drilling. He's all
to go over in Kevin's area of Tennessee. And this bear, he comes in for a snack. He looks around. The men are there. He doesn't care about that. Well, there's the woman. Let me just go ahead and essay her right now. Do you see that? Do you see that bear just grab her? I mean, isn't that supposed to be the man grabbing her? I don't know. Angel, what about that? What about that? What do you think about that? You okay with that? Huh? What's up with that? The bear chose the woman. The woman didn't have to choose the bear. That was very funny. That's really great. They killed that bear, but he was so cute. So, and all he wanted was a hug. All he wanted was a hug. Well, yeah, they probably accused him of SA, and you can't put a bear in prison, so it's got to go that way. People are pissed over it. Yeah, I'm kind of saddened by that. That's true. He was obviously in there for a snack. He was a little guy too. That was a pretty young bear. So, you don't want him learning that young. But he chose the woman. That was for sure. That was funny. That was funny. I did send that to Brian to be shown on the Whatever podcast. Every time a woman says, I choose the bear, don't worry about it, honey. The bear's going to choose you. Yeah. All right. So I had to do that before Angel Berber heads out and can't be seen for the rest of the day. I didn't want him to miss out on the bear. Do you think that bear had a deep emotional attachment to that young lady? You think so? I don't know. I don't think so. I think the bear is misogynistic. That's why they put him down. So, right? That's what it is. That just yeah. Watch the backcountry. You don't have to worry about it. They're going to come in the mall. That's funny. Yeah. He did get a snack though. He got a snack. And he was like, he's just hanging out with the dudes, and there comes the girl, and he's like, hey, hot babe. See if I can get a date. He probably did not have an emotional attachment to that young lady. That's why she, ran out on him. Oh, the movie, The Backcountry. Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I actually do not tend to watch a lot of TV or even movies anymore. So I'll have to make an effort to do that. But yeah, we'll do that. So, I had to kind of throw that up there. I wasn't going to get into that until later in the show, but since Angel Berber was, and he was one of the ones I wanted to see that because he's the man in the woods. He's the guy that's just wandering around in the woods on his bicycle or walking, or maybe walking with his dad. That a young lady might meet if she was lost out in the wilderness. And Angel seems like a good guy. He seems like he would be very helpful in that situation. So, But let's get back to the now that we've had our fun. Let's get back. Come on, we've had our fun. Let's move on. And I changed my mic stand again, and I don't know that I like. I'm going to go back to the old other one. But I feel like that what we got to see here, guys, is this idea that that there should be this deep emotional connection between men and women when they're dating or whatever. Is that really true? And I know that we have some females in the audience today. So if we could get some of their opinions, that would be great, because Kat is not here. That's great. K Hopper, that's great, buddy. Attendance is down, Dollywood. Too many men, not enough bears. Not enough bears. Got to get those bears in there. So when we're talking about this relationship, long-term, deep commitment. Now here's the thing. I'm not talking about a man not having a deep commitment, not being have a deep sense of love and caring and all of that for his wife or even girlfriend. I'm talking about the idea that you have to have this deep emotional connection, right? Like you're somehow breathe the same air, think the same thoughts, answer each other's sentences or questions before they're asked, and finish each other's sentences. You're not twins, you're not brother and sister. You're man and wife. What do we think about that, guys? Where do you guys land on that? I'm really interested in this because the way that Andrew said it was way more concise than I typically think about it, and I had to kind of like run it through my head a few times, but I think he's right, and I think I've always agreed with this. I just use more words to say so. What's up, Rip? Hang out, man. Pull up a chair. We're talking, feminine creatures and men. So. And I think that this is why women tend to enjoy the company of effeminate men, but they can't commit to them, right? Or they typically won't commit to them, and they very typically will not enjoy their company that much. Got a lathe running. What are you making, brother? What kind of lathe? CNC lathe? I had a really nice lathe at my last shop. I'm really sad. I had a South Bend. I am really sad that I had to let that go. I had a deep emotional attachment to that lathe. Yeah. Right. I think you need to have a little bit, right? Like a good, it can't be like this good, healthy balance either. It's got to be like, you've got to have all of the precursors where, the sense of needing to protect that woman, sense of faithfulness, loyalty, caring, concern for her well-being, love, lust, all of that. But this idea of an emotional connection where you can sit down and have 8-hour conversations about nothing and just be we're best buddies and we talk all the time. We have great conversation. I don't know that that's like as important as people want it to seem to be, right? Bro, why would you go there on my podcast, bro? I gotta knock that down. Control input adapter for us, dude. A Haas. Well, at least you get good service out of it. I mean, the service techs are Johnny on the spot, and they know how to fix everything because it breaks so much. But a Haas, bro, Haas. Sorry. Rip is right. I actually had a buddy of mine who was a helicopter machinist. He was a head machinist for. Now I can't think of. Now I can't think of it. They were in Colorado, and I think the company's gone under now. But they did all kinds of helicopter stuff. The men who use those soulmate relationships tend to be putting on a deep level act, but in reality, they are cheaters, beaters, POSs, etc., rather than normal people. That is incredibly insightful for a fellow that builds engines for a living. No, Kevin's actually a really smart dude. Welcome, Mr. Boulay. Thank you for joining us. We all have an inner beaten cheeks, and he sometimes comes out to play when we don't want him to. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Yeah, I don't like Haas. We also have oh, Jim. Yeah, Maury. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Program all the lathes at my shop. So is it is this just a strictly CNC, like just a just a machine setup, or do you have like a pallet feeder, bar feeder, anything like that? Is this like kind of automated, or is this like a job shop where you're making replacement parts as needed? I'm just kind of curious, kind of geeking out a little bit. So early. It is early. What's up, man? What's up, man? Industrial engineer, CNC machinist, not a machine I can't run. It's awesome, bro. Awesome. We have a lot of machinists and CNC guys. I do a lot of that stuff. No bar feeders, job shops with government contracts. Okay, cool. That's cool, man. That's very cool. Heli One, I think, was the name of John's company, or the company he worked for. Yeah, go to work, man. Get some. Listen in the car, though. You can listen at work too. Most of the time, I've been cleaning up my language a little bit. I don't say fuck nearly as much as I was. So, and most people don't care anymore. So I just tell them that I use coarse language, and they just go, "Oh yeah, I do that myself sometimes." And then they don't care. Kevin bringing the heat. Smashed. I remember when you guys were going off on that. That was it. Yeah, it seems like I have a lot of machinists and dudes like that. Kevin is an engine rebuilder, specializes in the rotary engine. The M Power guy, M-Power, like BMW M Power. He's a CNC machinist as well. Like really super high end 5-axis stuff. He has I forget what the fuck the name of that machine is, but it's a pain in the dick. Takes up an entire room, and he does cool shit. So yeah. Replacing a turbo fittings on your F-150 when you get off work. So that's an EcoBoost. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I got totally derailed by all this cool talk. Let me but yeah, so Makino. No, it's not a Makino. Hang on a second. I forget what it's they're custom built. It was like a $5 million machine. Let's see where the fuck he told me. It's sick though, bro. Sick. Zimmerman. It's a Zimmerman. So it is a Zimmerman. He's in Michigan too. So pretty cool, right? So one of my side projects probably for next year is I'm going to give me a second. I'll get a picture here. I'm going to build I've got some property I'm going to build a building on, and put some machine guys to work there doing aircraft and job parts for high performance stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff, man. Very interesting. Let's see. Cumberland Machine in Nashville. Yeah, they're there. That's for sure. Interesting. We got a lot of highly trained guys out there in the chat. So it's pretty cool. So, well, you guys having a good day today? If you are out there working, keeping the country running, keeping the world turning, and wondering why that women are so insane. Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I can go. There we go, like that. Let's see. I'm going to show you guys this video. There we go. This is my buddy's machine running. There you go, man. Look at that thing, man. That thing's freaking huge. That whole room is the machine. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool, right? So, anyway, got a lot of job guys out there that listen to me and or are my friends, probably because I used to do the same thing. That's pretty funny. That's right. Got it. Lots of lube, bro. Lots of lube. Yeah. All right. So yeah. So back to the the whole thing with the deep emotional connection. I'm not really sure that's necessary, and I don't. And it sounds like none of you guys think it's that necessary either. So why is it that most women that you meet are going to talk to you like you need to have this deep emotional connection? I really wish Kat was here so we could get a female perspective on this. So because I can't I don't I'm obviously not a female, but yeah, that'd be all right. So you blame Disney? So does this kind of go back to the fairy tale princess role where you just have this deep connection, this deep desire with the women's, and for whatever reason they just oh, cool. They just have like the soulmate kind of connection. Yeah, I do believe that it's because women are emotional creatures and far more than men. I mean, not obviously men do have emotions, and it's an interesting dynamic. Where does that leave us? And I've had this talk with my wife and her family, which is mostly women. Women are brought up in a Barbie dollhouse mentality. That's true. And real life isn't ever going to be that way. So it's a shock to their system. So that's an interesting observation. And I do believe that's accurate. I believe that is true. And I believe, moreover, I think that women are told to expect that, even if they don't have it, they're told to expect it. Now, let me throw this out here, okay? Let's say you have a man relatively, attractive, relatively, he's got a little game. He's not a loser. Dude can basically walk into a bar and walk out of the bar at the night or before the end of the night with a girl, right? So he's not taking the last 2% home, like guy's doing okay. You take any girl, right? That's reasonably attractive, not even like, doesn't have to be super hot. We're talking like a 5 or above, right? Like a legit 5 or above. If, let's say they go to an event and there's some VIP stuff and there's some other kind of deals going on, dude has, well, the girl has $5 when she walks in the door. That's all she's got in her wallet. And she will walk in there knowing that she's going to be able to do whatever she wants. Men are going to buy her drinks. Somebody's going to buy her dinner. Somebody's going to do this. Somebody else is going to do that. If she wants to go in the VIP room, she can bat her eyes enough and she can probably get in the VIP room, where the dude is going to have to walk in there with a credit card or a stack of cash, because he's going to be buying not only his dinner, he's going to be buying some chick's dinner, more than likely. He's going to be buying drinks for somebody most of the night. And he's going to end up, if he wants to go in a VIP room or if he wants to do anything special, or maybe they want to go somewhere afterwards, that's on him too. And so it's this imbalance, right? It's a serious imbalance. And women expect that. That's not like a normal thing. It's not like an abnormal thing that a female gets that kind of treatment. They know they can. And I had this kind of epiphany the other night, because I was out and I was, I had to go pick my wife up at the airport, and I was driving back and I was looking at all the cars going through downtown. And for some reason, I ended up being out in downtown Murfreesboro a little bit after dark, which is a small town. And it occurred to me that most of those women probably didn't even have $100 in their checking account. They never needed to, because the men buy everything for them. So and that's not enough. Now they also want a deep emotional connection. They also absolutely want this. Not only are you expected to provide, or you expected to break your back or work a lot of hours to go take care of these women. Not only are you expected to, and if you don't do that, if she works and you stay home, which does happen, I'm not ignorant to this fact. If that metric's there, then you probably have a better than average woman. But if that metric's there can be a lot of friction in other ways. And this deep emotional connection thing, it just really stuck out last night. And the women always say that that's what they want. And when they get it, they don't want it. The interesting thing is that we all know, we've all seen those dudes that go out of their way to be sensitive men, talk to women for hours on end, and they basically tone down their masculinity to the point where they're very effeminate. We all know those guys. Come on, well, let's be honest about it. Call it what it is. We all know those guys, and we all also know that those women will never respect them. They're never going to date them. They're never going to marry them. They're never going to do anything but use them for whatever they want and then push them aside. And we all know that, right? We may deny it if we're asked. They went, "Oh, no, she's not using you. No, oh, no." But deep inside, we know what's going on. So that's, and as men, we need to be better about that. Well, first of all, we need to be more honest with each other, right? I mean, the rule number one is just be honest. Just say, hey, you can't do this, dude. Pull your nuts back out of whatever satchel you've stuck them in. Let them hang on. Let them swing low a little bit, and be a dude, and be a man. Go out there and do stuff. And on the female side, I think that women need to be more honest. They need to be way more honest. They need to They need to admit that even though they keep asking or they say they want this deep emotional connection, that's not what they want at all. They don't want that at all. I don't believe this at all. Glenn Lawrence, do you believe this? I see you lurking in the chat. You lurking. At least you're not LARPing. So it's also very interesting, this too. Men listening to a woman on what a man needs to be. Now that, come on, guys. What are you doing, man? What? Come on, man. I gotta do the, I'm not, you don't lurk, you make yourself, no, that's true. You can't hide. You can't hide. So, but, and so as men trying to navigate this minefield, right? Because now here's the other side. Those effeminate men will try and torpedo you being a masculine man by saying that everything you're doing is misogynistic, you're a bad dude, you're likely to be. And this actually happened to me once upon a time. I was dating this girl, and it was before I got married, or actually really like maybe the girlfriend before or two before I got married. And I was pretty serious about the girl, I thought, and she kept hanging out with this effeminate dude that she had kind of been a part of. You know, they kind of dated, but you know, obviously he was effeminate. She didn't like him that much, and he actually, I kid you not, he told her that from her talking about me and how you know how I conduct myself, which you know was fairly masculine at the time, maybe even more now. He told her that I seem like I would be the abusive sort, and that she should break up with me. And that's what happens with weak men, dude. That's exactly what'll happen, because they know that they cannot compete level to level. They're effeminate. They know they're effeminate, and that's what they do. That's what they do. So, and you know, in my case, I was very fortunate that she was fortunate enough that she was honest with me and told me the truth about why she was breaking up with me, or you know, wanted to break up with me at the time. I actually ended up breaking up with her, but that's irrelevant. But you know, you can't get away from this. And men, you know, and if you're dating a girl that has an effeminate male friend, he's gonna torpedo you. He's going to torpedo you, because he will be giving her that deep emotional connection that she wants, and he'll use it to torpedo you because he wants in her pants. That's the way it is. So what can we do about it, guys? So here's I have just a couple of suggestions. Number one, talk to her in a way that she understands that you really do love and care for her, but you're not the guy that's going to talk to her for 6 hours about pastry or fucking clothes or something. I don't know. It's not your thing. You're just not going to do that. You're not going to be the guy that just has this deep emotional connection. You are the guy who's going to be the exact man that she needs. So that's first thing. Just be honest, talk to her, make sure everything's clear, and make sure she's okay with it. If she's not, probably need to move on. The second thing you can do is in order for her to have that deep emotional connection that she's looking for, take her to church, introduce her to God. God won't stab you in the back, bro. God's not going to stab you in the back. He's not going to tell that woman that you're an evil person. He's just not going to do it. So I would not allow my wife or my girl, if I had back when I was dating, if I had a girlfriend, if I was Jack down there dating, a 22-year-old girl, I would not allow her to have an effeminate friend if I could. I'm not saying that I would be abusive about it or anything like that. I just have a really honest conversation and say, hey, you know, if you're looking for this deep emotional connection with someone, let's get you into a church. Let's go to church, and we'll talk about it, you know, and then your deep emotional connection can be with God, right? Because God's not going to stab you in the back. So, but at some point you do have to make sure, you know, and Pants Wars is right, bro. Make sure that you're the one that wears the pants in the relationship, right? Kind of had a little lag there. So there. But I think that's I mean, am I wrong? Does anybody have a conflicting opinion? You're welcome to state it. You're even welcome to come up here on the show and spout that opinion off. Backbiters in general aggravate me. And what really is aggravating is when men go around talking about other men for no damn good reason. And and that's happening in our community right now. And I'm personally over it. I'm tired of it. I'm just sick of all the bullshit. Let's see. My ex's friends got involved where they shouldn't. Then months later said sorry for getting involved because they didn't know the full story. Right. Yeah. You know, don't, you know, that's not how you do it. Yeah. All backbiters. Fuck them. So, yeah. So I just think that that's an interesting, I really found that to be an interesting statement by Andrew when I was watching that earlier, and it kind of flipped into a lot of different things that I was already thinking. So what's up, D's Knives? I'm a knife guy. Do I have my knife? Left it in the, did I? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't grab my, sorry, I didn't grab my normal Microtech, or actually I was carrying a Benchmade today. So do you make knives, D's Knives, or do you sell knives? So yeah, I mean, look, I know that I can't really provide a deep emotional connection to anyone, right? Like that's just not my personality. I'm not going to be able to do that. That doesn't mean that I don't deeply love and care for my wife. It just means that I just don't, I lack that ability. I know that about myself. I'm a male. I'm a man. It's just part of me. So I've got to, you know, if unfortunately my wife doesn't necessarily need the deep emotional connection. She's not a fairy princess, you know, type of girl. She wasn't raised in the U.S. either. So, but you've got to, if she needs that, your safest bet is to introduce her to God. If she doesn't already know God, and if she does, she probably needs to bone up a little bit, you know, figure it out. So I seem to have missed something. A comment. Let's see. Yes, always. We'll talk about that too. I've how much time? Yeah, I've got enough time. We'll talk. We're going to talk about that very soon. They're both pushing for the same cause. What's the point of backbiting or drama? Yeah, that's. Well, people are going to backbite. They're going to do that. So it's an interesting world that we live in. So that's what it is. So Adam 87, man, I'm gonna take a little bit of exception with this. I do not believe that men and women can be friends, and I especially do not believe that married women can be friends with other men. The temptation's always there, and moments of weakness happen, and I just don't believe that that's a great situation to put women in, and I will never put my wife in that situation. Right, this is true. Women also need to understand their actions show our emotional connection to them. It's not always words, and this is an interesting thing. And Clover Tack was talking about this the other night, where his wife looks at him going out and getting his not necessarily his chores done, but when he does something special, he repaints the garage or he fixes a sticky door or whatever. That's him showing that he cares about her well-being and all of that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's very true. Took your wife a long time to realize that. She admitted later that she didn't understand my approach for a long time, but appreciates it now. Yeah, I believe that. And Kevin's a stoic guy as well. He's very funny though. He's very funny. Should talk to him about how we should have Kevin on to talk about how people can't read simple directions. So that'd be great. Yeah. I have Microtext, Benchmade, CKRTs. I got a bunch of stuff. Today I was carrying a Microtech, or pardon me, a Benchmade Autocrat. It's in the house right now. I never have one far away though. There's an SOG. I got an SOG here, and so that's there's more behind me. I've always got them somewhere. So cool, man. I like that. I'm a Microtech guy. So Microtech, Benchmade. I like the new Kershaw autos as well. I'm an auto knife guy these days. I like them a lot. Let's see what we got here. Working in a machine shop for 30 years around hundreds of men and had many disagreements and brown nosers talking about me. It doesn't bother me at all anymore. Like water off a duck's back. Yeah, see, that's true. And this is actually a problem with men. So people like me, when somebody says something bad about me, I used to not care at all. And I really don't care now, but I make a determination whether, what the extent of damage could be. So if somebody comes at me and it doesn't matter, they have no power. Nobody's going to believe them. It doesn't matter anyway. What can they cost me? It doesn't matter. I just ignore them completely. But if somebody comes at me to damage my reputation or damage my standing in some way, then that's a serious problem. And what ends up happening there is I get really pinpoint aggressive, and I tear them apart. I really do. And Kevin knows that. So 1 year I got her a seat heater for her car, and she later told me that initially she was mad over it, but later realized it was loving action, appreciated it daily. Yeah, that's actually, I can see that about Kevin. I know him personally. Yeah, Kershaw's good stuff, man. Kershaw is good stuff. Yeah, actions do speak louder than words, guys. That's true. IKEA is what happens when you put females in charge of making directions. So, yeah, ProTech is great. Yeah, I'm good that way. Yeah, so interesting stuff, right, guys? I mean, and Andrew's really, kind of based about that stuff. I was actually really surprised at how well he just kind of boiled it down. So very easily, like really, really got it down. So yeah. So old Joe, going back to this, don't throw good money after bad. There's a dumb it downer. That's right. Apparently okay, because they seem to have a really great relationship. I have something on that later. Gotta remind me. Think time to make your move is early. Don't throw good money after bad in relationship terms. If you see red flags early, it's low cost to leave. So this is an interesting statement. And one of the things that we have statistics to back us up on this. I used to always say that long relationships were stupid. Don't do them. And it's a really bad idea. It's just a bad idea. And I hear women always talk about how, oh, they want a 3-year engagement, or, they have a year of dating, and then maybe they start talking about marriage and all this stuff. To me, that's stupid. That really what it says to me is that you're undecided and you're constantly looking for something better than what you have, and you're indecisive. So that's what that says to me. They currently try and mask this in this, well, I just want to get to know him and make sure that he's not someone that's going to be abusive or overly aggressive or whatever. And let's be honest, that's garbage. That's nonsense. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I knew everything I needed to know about my wife in the first 3 months we dated. I knew she was good with money. I knew she was, she had some, she was young and she had, some things to learn about handling her emotions. I knew that she was, had a great work ethic. I knew basically all of the warning signs. I had seen them, I had evaluated them, and I was ready to move on. We did not have a 2-year engagement. I got married within a year of meeting my wife. And statistics show that the longer the engagement, the less likely the marriage is to work out. And the longer an engagement relationship seems to last, the more often you are dumped halfway through, or not halfway through it, what you think is halfway through it, because they get a year in, year and a half, 2 years in, and then of course you're boring, and they're not invested in that relationship enough, because they have plenty of time. They always feel like they have plenty of time. They don't have to make a decision, and there's no reason to actually invest anything in the relationship because they have a lot of time. They have a lot of, room to move. But what they don't have is they don't have a certificate that says we're fucking married. Hi, Dave. I'm not Dave. What's up, man? Good to see you. So I don't buy that. I don't buy the long relationship theory. I don't think it's a good idea. I think people that preach that are generically probably undecided in life. And here we go. Grip Moon says, I've always felt like 2 years was the minimum before considering marriage. I think that's too long. I think you're asking for problems, and statistics show that you're more likely, if you follow that, to get divorced and to have problems in your marriage. That's just the way it is. All right, Dave, I'll try and be upbeat so you can work out, so you can get a good workout in. Hi, Dave, in the most depressing voice. That's fucking funny. Yeah, okay. Viking's with us. He's joined us. Good to see you. Good morning, sir. Are you having your morning coffee while you're listening to us? That would be funny. We'll get into marriage counseling stuff in a minute, guys. I promise I will. But right now, I want to talk about this length of time and drawing it out and what it really does. What it really does is it's a test marriage. You don't know this because you're a guy and you think that you're just dating, right? You're not taking it that seriously. Maybe you're committed. Maybe you're in a committed relationship, but in man terms, you're not married. So it is what it is. In female terms, you're in a test marriage and everything you do is under a microscope. And what's going to happen is you're going to fuck up and they're going to come down on you with a ton of bricks and lightning and thunder and hellfire, and they're going to burn your ass. It's just what's going to happen. And that's why you shouldn't do that. You should not allow that. You're a man. Be one. So, so that's, and that, but there's no marriage certificate there. There's nothing there. Nothing to do. Let me go back. I've missed some stuff. I do want to get to this. Let's see. We'll get to the marriage counseling stuff in a minute. Where did that go? Yeah. Been with the same woman 20 plus years, not married. I'm guessing you're not a youngster then. So that's probably okay. Do you feel married though? Do you feel like you're married? Do you act like you're married? Do you hold yourself out as married? Or do you hold yourself out as being working towards marriage? Those are, did you at some point just say, hey, we're going to be together and this is what it is? I don't know. All right, now we'll talk about marriage counseling. Yeah, they used to have marriage counseling. The church used to make it mandatory to go through counseling through the priest in your congregation, especially in Catholic churches, is my understanding. Especially if you were marrying somebody outside the Catholic faith, you had to have this counseling. And that's so without this new counseling, right? Without counseling, or pardon me, with this new trend of no counseling, we get what we get, right? And a lot of men don't want to go to counseling at all, right? A lot of men don't like the idea of counseling. They really don't care about. They don't want to talk to somebody, so it's kind of a drag to get them to go do it. But I do believe that if you're a man and you're serious about getting married to a young lady, or an older lady, depending on your personal age and preferences, if you're getting married, if you're going to go get married, you need to get a third party involved that is not a member of your friend group, is not your parents, is not your Uncle Dave, is not your uncle Frank, you're not your Aunt Francine, none of that. It needs to be clergy is probably the best choice. I'm kind of, even though I have a degree in psychology, I'm pretty anti-psychologist. So, that's it. Having his caffeine and just chatting with my wife before tuning in. That's awesome, bro. That's a good time. These Knives says it's a year's good to vet, shows commitment issues, and women don't like that. Yeah, I mean, I think a year on the outside, right? I missed something. They still have to for Catholic marriage, but it's not enforced by every. It's not enforced. I'm assuming that's by every church. And they should. I mean, I think that all churches should. Damien says, thanks to Pope Francis, that's changing. Glenn, I'm going to put this up here. I'm not really sure who you're talking to, but everyone can see it now, so they'll know. Start charging him for I say my name because it's keeping him relevant. That's his material, man. So yeah, this is why the counseling went away. The counseling went away because it was about submitting to your husband, what wifely duties were. It explained to men their responsibilities as a man in the household. And it covered a lot of topics, sex as well. I mean, he says so. I don't doubt that. But it talked about how if you get angry, how to deal with that, who you could call, why you should call them. So, and there you go. There you go. K Hopper, let me see this. Showed no flags until the 14th year. Then she threw the largest red flag I've ever seen, and it zeroed me out, caused me so much stress. I had a career-ending stroke. Wow, brother. That's a rough one, bro. That is a rough one. And that's what women do, actually. That is who, yeah. Yeah, marriage counseling's the last stop before divorce. That's true. And that's actually the biggest red flag of all is when a woman that you've been married to for several years says, I think we ought to go to counseling. What she's really saying is, I've already made up my mind we're getting a divorce, but when we go to court, if we have the box check that says we have counseling, it's just gonna make it easier on me to get divorced. So that's it. So yeah. Yep. So there's that. I don't know what we got going on about GS. I don't know if GS is in the house. He may be. I don't know. So we'll see. GS said some kind of weird things over the past couple of days. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Is he okay? You might know. I was expecting Clover Tack to have already popped in and said some words, but he's probably sleeping it off, or he's on the range making a lot of noise. Hopefully he's on the range making a lot of noise. So, you got to get the in-ear, dude. You got to get the good earbuds, man, so you can just walk around and listen to your tunes. Counseling just doesn't plain work for one main reason: you can't negotiate a woman's true desire. That's why it's the last stop. Ahead of time, you're not negotiating, right? This is an educational counseling session. This isn't saying, oh, do you have a problem? Well, how do we fix a problem? At least my understanding, right? Premarital counseling is like, hey, you guys serious about this? You know what you're doing? It's kind of like meeting with a lawyer, right? Before I close a business deal. Do you know what you're doing? You in for this? You up for it? It's gonna be a lot of money. Same deal. But it's the marital counseling itself during or after the marriage is it can be quite interesting. So, sad but true. My divorce, I didn't want counseling due to infidelity on her part. My part was I didn't pay her enough attention. Yeah. It's weird how that always works out that way. Let's see. Yeah, the submission part. But the thing is that I don't understand why it's watered down. It's not that big a deal. It's just follow my leader, right? That's it. There's no big deal. I don't get it. Why is that such a big deal? Do we have any women left here? Do they all leave? Have they gotten tired of hearing me? Do they feel bashed on? Did all the women leave? Probably left. Whatever. You think MGS retired is who made GS rage? Yeah, could be. He called GS a fake vet. Wow, but GS is a vet. Interesting. Let's see, divorce rates being so high, is it worth getting married now? Yes, I think so. I really do believe that you should get married. However, if you're a secularist, I don't understand why you would get married if you are not married in the church. Then you should. If you don't get married in a church, I don't understand why you're getting married. So that's it. Do you are you following what I'm are you following along with what I'm saying, or do you disagree? Do you want to rage at me? Do you want to throw things at me? What's up with that? I think it's very important to choose. It's always important to choose wisely. It is always very important to choose wisely. Well, I hope you're not getting married. You're already married. So that's true. That's true. What's the question? So I covered a couple of things. I will just quickly kind of run through them. Number one, when Andrew expressed last night that men do not do not want a deep emotional attachment with women. They are just as happy with a shallow emotional attachment to women, and that doesn't in any way affect their commitment, love, respect, and all of that for their wives. What do you think about that? I think that that's a very elegant way of saying something I've said all along, that women look for this deep emotional attachment, but even if they get it, they don't like it because it's a feminine aspect of men, and typically women do not enjoy feminine aspects of men. Second, that long-term dating prior to marriage is a bad idea. All of the data suggests that that leads to a lot of divorce, and it to me it is a cop out, and you should never do it. So, I mean, I've said a lot of other stuff too, but I'm like boiling it down. So, and the other guys will say some things, you know, they'll point out stuff that I've glossed over too quickly. So, what do you think, Jantix? Is that just antics? Is that what that are you just doing antics? We have Easy's Jade too. Where did she go? No, you were just giving Are We Not Men crap. Okay, cool. You agree? Okay, we're not. That's very accurate. We are not deeply emotional creatures. That is good. Okay. Do you want to come up and talk about it, Jantix? Do either you or Easy's Jade want to come up and talk about these subjects? I always hate the silence. I can't deal with silence. I mean, I can when I'm out doing silent things, but Mr. Boulay, it rained really hard here the other day. Did it really? That's interesting. It is always supposed to be. It is supposed to be. Well, you will only look a little crazy then as you're ranting into your earbuds. That'd be very funny. Do a backflip? No. Can you go off some sweet jumps, bro? Can you do some can you take that thing off some sweet jumps? So yeah. Following the chat is really funny. I should so I reset my monitor so I could see the chat because you guys were all getting all bent about me not paying attention to the chat, and now I can see it again. I'm going to change that, I think. Yeah, why don't you drop the link to the shed, and if either of the ladies if neither of the ladies want to come up, Easy's Jade says she does not do panels, she listens and learns. Admirable quality. More of that to go around, but yeah, absolutely you can do that. So I'm too old to do backflips, bro. I know I don't look it, but I'm 53 years old, man. 53. I can still do some sweet jumps though. So. All right. So that was anyway. So since we're not going to be, but you girls feel free to engage in the chat. That's totally cool too. It's just easier sometimes when you are talking. Poor Kat is still tied up with her family stuff apparently, so that's fine. My background does change because I change it all the time. I was actually going to change it yesterday, and I just got distracted. That's a great question. Why do women hate the word submission? It's very interesting. I can do a backflip because it's super easy. All right, and maybe we'll try. But aren't you behind enemy lines in California, though? I don't know if my passport's good for California anymore. So, yeah. So anyway, I thought Andrew's take was very good. I think that it was very succinct and clear cut. It obviously took the women on the panel by complete surprise, and they are just it was absolutely crazy the way they reacted, because of course they believe in the princess effect, and all men are supposed to be into them, and that's the way it is. Submission in marriage is out of love and respect. Yes, that is true. Wrong button. The second question, long-term dating, how long are we talking? Like a year, 5 We'll get to that. I'll get to that. Let me do this one first. Easy J. Yeah. So submission in love is in marriage is out of love and respect. It's also part of the commitment that you make. So you obviously, here's the thing. If you are getting married, that's part of the package. Although I've noticed, now I wrote my own vows, and so they included the basic good old fashioned vows. But I've noticed the modern and by far the most modern version of wedding vows, they leave out all of the love, honor, obey, especially the word obey. Honor and obey, those two get left out a lot, and the until death do us part stuff gets left out. I find that very interesting. Do you have an opinion on that, Easy's Jade? I would love to hear that. We'll go back up here. Jantix, also the second question, long-term dating. How long are we talking? I don't believe, personally, I don't believe that men and women should date for longer than a year before getting married. If you've dated someone for a year, and now there are special circumstances, I will give you that if you're dating a year, but you only actually went out 5 times because you're so busy or whatever. I mean, I'm saying a normal dating arc, if you're not married in a year, you need to seriously examine a relationship and probably move on. That's my point on it. People that want like 3-year-long engagements or 2 year, the worst thing is the year-long engagement. If you've decided, let's say you've dated for 2 years and it's been off and on, and maybe you were traveling or in college or whatever, and you decide to get married. You got the ring, you got the wedding license, got all that, planning a wedding. A year's engagement seems very odd to me in modern times. In olden times, it didn't seem odd to me because it would take 6 months to get the message out to all your relatives all over the country, because it takes a long time to go anywhere on horseback. And it takes them another 6 months to get there. So, it is what it is. So let's see. Yes, this is what he said. That is actually absolutely right. It is of the heart, but it is also part of inactions. And we can talk about that. I would love to talk about that sometime. I'm probably not going to have time enough to get too deep into it today. Maybe, though. I don't know. I try and finish this show up like at a hard 3 o'clock, but it never works out. This is actually really funny. They do obey and submit to their bosses at work, and they really try hard. So it's interesting. The reason it's left out is because people don't want to work for the marriage anymore. It's become easy to divorce. It's very insightful. Have you been divorced, Easy's Jade? I'm just curious. I'm not casting aspersions at all. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering. I've been married. I'm married. I've only been one time. I've been married for 19 years. That's put that out on the table. I only intended to get married one time too. So when I did it, I was very hesitant to get married at all. You agree very much. I dated someone for 5, and that didn't do us justice in many ways. Right. Okay, good. I like that. What do you do for work, Jantix? I'm curious. You don't have to tell me, but Kevin's sister-in-law has been engaged 4+ years. It seems like it's not going to happen at this point. There are financial concerns at play too. We're going to talk about that, but they could still do a generic ceremony. They should. Why spend a bunch of fucking money getting married, guys? You need to spend money starting your life. Don't say whatever like that. I don't. Look, I do funny voices, man. I drive my kid crazy with it. It's hilarious. But I will try and do that for you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. It would include you, youngster. All right, let's see. You did counseling for years. What did I? Okay. Did counseling for years. So you're currently married. You did counseling for years, and the counseling worked. I'm trying to have 4 conversations here. Send you the link. Oh, for the Discord? Okay. I got you, bro. Got you, bro. I'll just post the Discord link right here. Well, I mean, I say I will. Why can't I do that? There we go. Boom. Boom. Got it. All right. So, Easy's Jade, did you do counseling while you were married and that saved your marriage? I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me. You guys can, look, privacy matters. I get it. So, it's not a big deal. But we're going to talk about while they're kind of answering, I'm going to talk about this 4-year engagement thing and the financial concerns. If I got married super cheap, it was, we rented a building, or we rented a venue that was kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It was an inexpensive venue, but it was very classic, very is very cool, and it didn't cost that much. And my wife's the one that actually found it, and the guy who did the wedding, the pastor, he was, he wasn't expensive. We just didn't spend that much money. We had a friend who was doing photography through school, do the pictures, and I mean, it was just like, I think it cost me maybe $1,200, $1,500 to get married total. My wife bought a dress from David's Bridal. I think that was the biggest expense. It might have cost us $2,000 because I think her dress was like $500 or $600, something like that. But I cannot even fathom someone spending like $40,000 for a wedding. That is terrible. One long-term relationship and worked as a counselor for years. Okay. What part of the country? I'm just curious. It feels like that's like a New York East Coast thing. I'm just calibrating my vibe. My wife is incredibly based. My wife is awesome. So she really is. She's very cool. So the Raging Patriot says, a year. If you don't know each other by then, it's time to walk away. Long-term dating is a waste of time. It's just limbo for the next relationship. I was married and blah, blah, blah. I've got to take this call. I apologize, guys. I thought that was one of my contractors for one of the properties that I own, but it was some moron who wants me to sell my house. Obviously, I don't. Oh, you're on the other side, out west, huh? Interesting. I would have honestly, I called New York on that one. Oh well, that's all right. Things change. I thought you knew your ex, but you were wrong. Dad didn't teach me anything about women whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's how that works. Not that Christina, or Christine. Not that Christine. Welcome. Good to see you in the chat. Hey man, it's good to see everybody here today. And we're talking relationship stuff. Normally, I try and keep the day shift a little bit more about work and industry and that sort of thing. But since Andrew teed me up last night with this great subject, I decided to go this way with it. We have Glenn Lawrence joining, and we're gonna keep rolling along. How you doing, Glenn?
Doing good. What are we talking about today?
You missed out. Well, you probably saw it, but it probably I don't know. You may not have stuck with it. I was rewatching whatever this morning from last night, or whenever the two Aussie girls just walked out, and they were talking about how the women wanted these men to have this deep emotional relationship, and Andrew replied that was not the case. That men would be perfectly happy, and maybe even happier, with just nice, shallow, emotional relationships. And I know that I've said that before, and I know that I've talked to, I think you and I have even talked around this issue a couple of times, that men just aren't, we just don't do that. We don't form these like deep emotional relationships. We're not going to talk to a woman for 6 hours about nothing. We tend to be very stoic. We tend to be very reserved in our emotions, and we just show our emotions in other ways, right? Like building a new set of stairs, or putting together a bookcase or whatever that shows our affection and all of that. And while we are perfectly capable of, and most of us do, show deep levels of love and commitment and lust and all of that, we have all of that in us. We don't show it as this emotional connection, I think, that these women were talking about. And I've said that a long time. And as a matter of fact, I think that it turns women off when they can feel this relationship, because it's an effeminate characteristic, and men that actually go out of their way to kind of what's the right word? To instill this in themselves, right? To develop this essence of being deeply emotionally have deep emotional relationships with women, always come off as effeminate, and women keep them around but never marry them, never do anything with them, or if they do marry them, they just use them for their money or whatever, and they end up going with the more masculine man that can form perfectly shallow relationships, but is not going to have this deep emotional connection, I think, that these women are talking about.
Yeah. It sounded like you were talking about like a whole bunch of bitch shit.
Bitch shit. That's a great way of putting it. I was trying to be nice today, but yes, that is exactly it. That is exactly it.
Oh,
Good,
you were just giving me a bunch of bitch shit.
Yeah, your mic is a little low.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's not terribly low. It's just a little low.
So you were giving me a bunch of bitch shit.
Yep.
Why would you do that to me?
You asked what we were talking about. That's what we're talking.
You should have warned me.
I thought I did. I warned everybody in this earlier that this was going to be one of those that could probably really irritate some people. because I really do see this as exactly what you're saying. It's bitch shit. I mean, why? And I think that most women would agree if they really are honest with themselves about it. And I actually said, I don't think you were in here for that part, but I literally said, if your woman feels the need for a deep emotional relationship, take her to church, because God will give her that deep emotional relationship, and He won't stab you in the back.
Right.
So,
But your pastor might.
I mean, I can't go there, man. I can only go. I can only be so. I can only be so temperamental in one day. Did you mute yourself? Do you know you muted yourself? I think Glenn's having some technical.
How did I mute myself? I didn't even touch
I
my
don't know,
mouth.
dude. I don't know. I
Don't
know
ask
what you
me
did.
questions. I'm getting old. All right. I
I
just
think you
almost
need more
screamed.
sleep, pal. I think you need more sleep.
I
You were
do.
up
I
late.
do. I was handling some other business, and then I got done, and I was like, cool. And then I get the message, the SOS. Get on Grid's channel. I'm like, got it. Be
But
right
you
there,
already hit.
boss. No, I'm here.
Yeah.
So are we talking
Well,
about women prattle, women crying,
Yeah,
vagina
well, I wanted
monologues?
to. I asked the girls to come up and get their opinion on this, because I feel like this is the way women look at things, even though they don't often say that. But I wanted to. And so far, all of the women in the audience have agreed with me that women don't actually expect these deep emotional relationships from men. So it must only be these liberal leftist women, the fairy princesses that want that. So
Well, I think that they do. They just, like real women that know men, know that that's a dumb thing to try to hold us to.
I'm gonna I don't know what's going on with your mic. I'm gonna boost my output.
Are you
so
still
that
not being able to hear me?
you're just very low. Chad, is he low? Is it just me? Because it could just be me.
All right. How about now? How about now?
That is perfect.
All right. I just upped my game.
That is perfect. Yeah.
So, for me, like, I think what it is like, most like women that deal with like real men know that these guys are not going to be that way.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that you say that women know that deal with real men know that they're not going to be this way. Now, here's an interesting dynamic. Let's say that you have a man that represents himself as a real man, and as a matter of fact, he attacks other real men for not being real men and for being, I don't know, say grifters or other things that are not very cool, and yet when he has when he has a relationship with a woman, and he kind of keeps it on the down low because he just doesn't want everyone to know. When he's kind of confronted a little bit with that, what he does is he goes after her best friend and tries to destroy her.
Who?
Why would I don't know why he would do that? Maybe it's just because he needs to discredit her because she may know some things about him or whatever. It's a very because so in that case, I say that what you actually have is not a strong man in any shape or form, but actually a very weak man who is hiding behind a web of lies and
hold on. Clear
I'm
this
sorry.
up for me. Clear this up for me.
Your mic went low again, man.
Who's starting the beef?
Oh, I didn't say anyone started a beef.
No, like you said, is it a girlfriend or a friend or who what's going on?
Let's just say that you've got a guy who's going around and he's acting like he's Billy Badass, right?
Okay.
And he's calling out all kinds of people, and he's just he's just trying to be the biggest Chad on the block, right? You know what I'm saying?
GS or base, got it. Okay, moving on.
So he's trying to be a badass, and he calls out everybody. And he calls out some very specific people, makes some
Like Glenn
accusations.
Lawrence?
Huh?
Yeah, like Glenn Lawrence. Okay.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, or maybe Andrew. Someone
Or
like
Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
And so and then unbeknownst to the general pop, this guy has a relationship with somebody that's boosting him, right? And they're keeping it on the down low. Who knows why? I don't know why, but let's just say they are. But she's got a friend, lifelong friend, that is trying to talk sense to her friend, like, hey, there's something not right here. This dude's, he might be a little toxic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that could be a problem, right? And so instead of being a dude about it and just kind of squashing it, settling it, all three of them sit down and talk together and say, hey, what do you know? Okay, you know that. Well, would you please do me a favor and just keep that to yourself and all that kind of thing? Instead of doing that, being what do we used to call that having a set of nuts. And instead of doing that, having a set of nuts, what he does is he attacks that friend and drives a wedge between the two female friends, and that makes him a bitch.
Well, yeah, he's trying to divide and conquer. He's trying to divide and conquer.
A real man would have sat down with everyone and said, I want to squash this right here and now. And if I can't squash it, then I'm just going to ignore it. And you can say whatever you want to say. Right. Because I'm a man and it doesn't make a fuck to me. So,
yeah.
And I just think that's interesting.
Well, a lot of these girls, a lot of these ladies are fucking around with weak ass dudes.
That's true.
Like they're masquerading. Like they watched enough, Vin Diesel and Fast and the Furious.
Right.
They know how to mimic that temperament, the tone, the vibrato, and they're playing a role. It's not who they are genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys never even been through anything difficult to, even warrant the tough guy, attitude. But they project it. It's LARPing. You know what I mean?
LARPing. That's a good term for it.
They're LARPing as a tough guy. And they've been, and see, the thing is today, like in today's day and age, they could get away with it because, all of them are LARPing. There's most of these real tough guys are behind bars or dead or, like me, old as hell and don't got time for this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like a lot of these younger guys are just LARPing. They don't know it. And then until they get put into a situation like that, where they are now, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do, big guy? And instead of addressing the issue, they decide to poison the well and divide the group.
Yeah.
To avoid having to confront the problem. Now, whether or not they're in the wrong or in the right is irrelevant. The fact that they're choosing not to address the problem head on, that they're doing more of what I would call a feminine trait in addressing the problem by using manipulation. What
are we doing here? Who's doing that? Can you see that, Glenn?
Yeah, who's that too?
Yeah, who's doing that? Did I miss something in the chat, guys?
I'm not down with attacking someone's kids or kid.
Yeah. Let's keep this on the up and up, man. Who's doing that? Help me out, Raging Patriot. What's going on? I mean, I'm sorry, I was listening to Glenn. I wasn't really paying attention.
What I'm now got to read through this chat here.
Yeah, I just stopped everything.
Oh,
I think I see it. It's that Clea, whatever. It's already handled. All right. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
What's going on?
All right. Never mind. Moving on. Welcome, Angel How are you today, sir?
Hey, thanks, Glenn. I'm doing well. Just got back from the trails. Made my dad breakfast, so he's having breakfast. And yeah, I got back earlier than expected. So I saw that you had a slow panel, so I said, okay, I'll jump on then and see what we get into here.
Yeah, I wasn't really doing a panel show today. Glenn wanted to come up, I think, because we were talking about the male emotion issue, and I think one of his mods wanted him to come up because of it. I was actually trying to get one of the girls to come up and talk about the ick. That they feel.
You know what? I could see if one of the couple of girls that are in my Discord want to come up.
Yeah. Well, Arthur Dye is going to come up in just a second. She's going to talk. We're going to talk about submission for like 10 or 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. We'll circle back to the rest of this. Michelle can come up. Michelle, mods, get. I don't know which mods are in the chat right now. Get Michelle a link. Angel, how was your walk? Did you meet any bears?
No, but I saw the quick send off you sent me on the little bear kidnapping the lady.
That's funny,
great.
Right?
It was great.
The woman didn't have to choose the bear. The bear chose the
The
woman.
bear made the choice for her. That was awesome.
I mean, full on grabbed her too, man. I mean, that was a bear hug.
Yeah, that was a mugging. The bear mugged her, and it was funny because it was at a convenience store of all places, and the bear mugged her in the convenience store. It was awesome.
Well, as he was leaving, he copped the feel and everything. People still say that. Do people still say cop to feel? What's the word?
I hear it, but not as much no more. No, I don't hear it that much.
What's the word on the streets, Glenn? Do people still say cop a feel?
Look, man, I'm old. I still say cop a feel.
So it's just only us old people.
Yeah, it's us old folks that still may use it and hear it among our circles. Oh man, no, I haven't seen too many predators out and about. It's been mostly bobcats, no mountain lions, no bears, plenty of deer, herons, storks, things like that.
That's very cool, man. Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually very happy to see as many ladies in the chat today. Normally, I have a very male biased crowd.
You missed my stream this morning. I had like a heavy female panel.
Yeah, it's funny because I went to bed really late. I sent Glenn off with the chat about the people running from prison for president. I told him, all right, by the time I wake up, you'll probably still be on. I woke up, started my morning, and you were still on finishing up with that panel, and you had a bunch of ladies on, and you were talking about the, how people need to start putting their kids out in the woods alone, have their rites of passage again, the old survival rites of passage again.
Oh, yeah.
And I totally agree with that.
Have you seen this bear video before I forget about it? Have you seen this? Have you seen the bear video?
I have not seen the bear video that you sent me yet.
It's hilarious.
We'll just roll it again because this is beautiful footage. This is great. So let me throw this down.
Wait a minute, you know how to do that, Fred? You could actually put it in. You could present it now by yourself.
Yeah, I've been able to do it. You're just better at it than me. That's all. I'm what's called lazy. So.
I got nothing for you, buddy. Oh, look at he's drilling. He's all about this gumbo.
All about the snow cone.
Sorry, man. I got nothing. Oh, I spilled that. Hey, no.
Oh, that bear full on hugged that girl.
So when it came down to it, when the bear was asked, would you rather pick the man or the woman?
He chose the woman.
He chose the woman. Smart bear. He's not gay. Not a gay bear.
And he full on gave her a hug too. They're always like, "Oh, well, a man might SA me." What do you think a bear's gonna do?
What do you think a bear's gonna do? Hey, Lauren was in my chat earlier today.
Hi, Lauren. How are you? I didn't see you come in.
You should get her up here. She had a lot of talking points in the chat. I saw her.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can do that. Mod can get if Lauren wishes, she can have a link as well.
Yeah, Grid, like that conversation you had last night with Anson, I wanted to get in on that so bad. And I
Yeah.
said, no, it was too late though, because you were already like, yeah, this is like the last like 30 minutes we're going to get into this. I took some little chats. I sent my super chat in, and then I went to Glenn, and then they were doing the same thing over there.
Yeah.
And I was the mock debate was funny.
My mock debate was amazing. Okay, amazing. I became president.
The super
twice.
rigged debate.
It was not rigged at all. It was people voted. The people voted.
The absurd winning percentage you had. You had like an 89% or 80-something% win percentage.
Hey, the first time I won, yeah, it was 71%. It was a landslide. I can't help it if Veritas didn't have a good argument, and it wasn't appealing to the people. I'm the people's champ. What can I say?
Yeah, you've been on a really roll lately, man. You won the verbal combat. You're the verbal combat champion, and now you're the mock presidential champion over here now.
I think I could take on Biden. If Trump has to tap out, I think they need to put me in the game, coach.
I don't know if you can rig the election well enough.
Oh no, don't worry. I know. Never mind. I won't.
You know people. I know people who know people.
I know people that know people that know people
that get shit done.
I'm sorry, Janix. Is it Janix? Yeah.
Yeah, Janix.
I was already going on like 11 hours at that time.
He was on my stream twice yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, twice. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bear thing, we have definitively answered the bear question.
Lauren, I know you. No, I don't. But I know you in my chat. That's how I know you.
Arthur
Join the
Dye
conversation.
coming up.
You were having some good talking points in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's at work.
Well, hello, doctor.
We're just getting home from work.
So do you want the why is submission so hard question answered?
Oh, we weren't really asking why submission is hard. I was remarking on that the vowels for submission are often removed now from the wedding vows.
I can tell you why submission is hard. I didn't need a woman up here for that.
Yeah. No, I was just remarking about how common it is. So when I wrote, my wife and I wrote our vows, but we wrote that part in. We kept, because it's part of the traditional and I believe necessary portion of the wedding ceremony, and so we kept that. But I have noticed a massive trend for women to not have that in their wedding vows. They do not say that.
So they could say, I never vowed to be submissive to you.
Right. And they also say, what's the other one? Obey. They leave out obey. Well, actually, it's they usually just say, I promise to love, and that's it. They leave out honor and obey, sickness and health, death do us part. That whole little massively important bit, they leave that part out.
See, like I officiated my brother's wedding. I officiated my brother's wedding, and I did not leave any of that out. Like I made sure that they said everything verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like what is hard about it for me, and I think whoever said it, I don't know if it was you or Andrew, that women don't understand hierarchical structures is extremely accurate. And they don't understand the protection that it gives them not to be the top guy. And they don't understand the burden that is on the top guy. So in medical training, residency is a very hierarchical structure. You start at the bottom, you work your way to the top. And when you are the attending physician, everything falls on you. Any mistakes, anything your team does, it all falls on your shoulders. You are legally responsible for all of that. And so I think someone who's been in more of a position of authority understands that. What makes it hard is it's very easy to submit to God because he's perfect and he never screws up or makes a mistake. If you're having to submit to a man, he's never going to be 100% perfect. And so it's very hard to submit to that at times. If you're all just agreeing on everything, yeah, it's real easy, right? But for example, when we have the way we structure ICUs is two ways. One is what we call an open ICU, meaning that the surgeon is actually the final decision maker on everything if there's a disagreement. The other way, they call it a closed ICU, and they're the ICU doctors, the final decision maker on any disagreement over patient care. And so when I'm working in an open ICU, there's times where I feel the surgeon is absolutely wrong. I think he's going to cause harm to the patient. And it is very hard to submit to that, even though he is, in fact, the final decision maker. And I can go and talk with him and plead my case, but he is the final authority. Just like in the marriage, you've got the husband is the final authority. And that's why, that for me is why it's so hard, because it can be hard when you think that you're right and the person making the decision is wrong. On the contrary side of that, though, is that as the husband, the burden of, as a physician, like I said, everything kind of falls on my shoulders. A lot of the nurses or PAs absolutely don't, they would never want to go to med school. They don't want to be in my position because they don't want that responsibility. And I don't think women understand what a fucking huge responsibility it is to have the entire well-being of your household and your wife and your kids resting on your shoulders, where if you don't make the payroll every day and bring home the bacon and provide for the family or protect the family if someone breaks in, all of that's on you. And they don't quite appreciate what an incredible umbrella of protection that is to live under and not have to be that top guy all the time.
It's actually a little bit more simpler than that. Okay. Let's go back to Genesis. Okay. There's this part in the Bible where it says, Genesis 3, when God is rendering down the consequences for Adam and Eve disobeying, he says, you'll experience like pain in child rearing, right? And the desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. So right there, that submission thing is now complicated.
I'm going to say the,
Well,
so here's my reply to your stance, Arthur Daya. I can see and understand your position. The thing is that if you are submitting to your husband and a mistake is made, that mistake is on him, not you. He bears the weight of that decision making, which is meant to be comforting for the wife. She's, she does not, if she makes a mistake, it's not on her, or shouldn't be on her, right? Because she is following.
We have to live with the consequences, though. Like, say he makes a financial decision.
Living with the consequences is going to happen regardless.
Family, right?
Well, it's not a gamble because you're going to live with the consequences regardless. It doesn't matter if there's a mistake or you just don't do it. You end up living with the consequences regardless. So you can either kind of, I hate to use the words, do it the right way. That's not really right.
Well, I think, like, let's say in a hospital setting or even a military situation, when your leader has made the decision, it is your job to get on board and get with the mission and pursue that mission to the best that you possibly can. At that point, you don't get to be passive aggressive and start undermining their authority. Even if you're not convinced it's the ultimate right decision, you have to be on board and support that decision. And that can be very hard if you're not agreeing with that decision. That's just reality. I'm not saying that's not the correct way to respect your husband and follow his lead, but it can be really hard to be like smiling and agreeable and on board with the mission and promoting the mission with him rather than trying to undermine it, which is what I think the tendency is. If you're not agreeing, you're like, okay, I'll submit, but then you're not really supporting him in that decision, which is what I think God requires, is for you to be fully committed to whatever decisions he has made for the family.
I'm not going to comment. Let's have some other people comment. Angel, what's your opinion? Angel, are you asleep? Oh, there we go.
No. Now that the ladies are on, I'm kind of taking a back seat because that's what we were waiting for.
Or Michelle, it hasn't really said anything.
Yeah, I was waiting for Michelle to say something first, to be honest, because we've been waiting for a while. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when it came to like for my son, for instance, that was one of the major things we talked about before he kind of proposed and did his thing. And was a big sticking point of mine was the submission aspect. And my daughter-in-law, she had a lot of trauma and baggage from past experiences. And he knew that. And he hadn't had her address those. And he would tell me about arguments and conversations they had where he would challenge her on certain things to test her level of acceptance when it came to submission of his leadership. And she would always refer to past emotional baggage. And I made it clear to him that you can't propose to this woman until she makes an honest effort that you can witness and track, showing that she's dealing with that past baggage before you can take her on. And I said, to be honest, she needs to go into therapy and then show you that she's willing to overcome that baggage and accept your leadership before that you can propose to her. Until then, it's either break it off or no go, period. And he did. And she did agree to do it, which was the first step to proving that she's serious about the relationship. And she did do it. And, the rest is history. Now they're married and, they're expecting their first child in November. So there you go. So that kind of thing does need to be challenged outright, unfortunately. And I know a lot of men won't do that because they're afraid. They're on the scarcity mindset where they believe they only have this one woman. They don't know if they're going to meet another one, et cetera, et cetera. But it has to be done because at the end of the day, if you allow that kind of stuff to linger, it will torpedo you later when it comes to a woman needing to submit to your leadership in critical moments in life. And you can't afford to have that. And I'm talking like, for instance, parents getting sick. She doesn't want to accept the fact that you need to make changes to your personal family's plans to accommodate and adjust now to perhaps tending to a parent or maybe moving in a parent. That's just an example of a life change that requires the wife in the relationship to submit to your authority because you need to be able to make a major change on the fly because of the matter of importance at the time. And you can't afford to be sitting there negotiating or having someone resist that because you never sorted that out at the beginning. So.
Yeah, and I think, Glenn, were you in the military? But my understanding is in the military, when the commanding officer says, hey, do this, it is instant obedience. Nobody sits there and negotiates and like talks it out and like it's sir, yes, sir.
And the funny thing is, yes, and the funny thing is that the word for submission in Ephesians that's referring to the wives is actually a military term. It's the military term for submission, yeah. And then also the term for respect at the end is also it's the same Greek phrase for like fear or honor, like it's if like you fear the Lord or like you like honor your parents. It's that same tone of reverence, right? It's like that when it says wives respect your husbands, at the end of 33, it's not saying like be respectful. No, it's like you're respecting the position. Like this is like the president of the United States. You may not like the president, but you're respecting the office that he holds, right? So like just like you may not like the doctor that's above you, but you are respecting the office that he holds at that time, right? So it's a little different.
I want to hear from Michelle. Then you made a good point. I want to come back to. I'm sorry, Michelle. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Grit Moon. I already covered that, bud.
Thank you for having me on, Grid One. I appreciate it. I believe it's my first time on. I was like just struggling with my computer, so it's actually nice that I kind of got to catch up with what we were talking about. Yeah. So I understand the subject is submission. Is there a specific question that I have to answer, or am I just giving my thoughts?
No, so we were only talking. So the initial discussion was around. The initial discussion was around how women say they want deep emotional relationships with their husbands, and are confused when that's not available, and men are just perfectly okay with very shallow emotional relationships with their wives. And this comes, and we kind of circled that back around to submission in kind of an offhand way, because even and well, actually, we're also talking about how people take so long to get married now, that and how all of the data shows that the longer the engagement, the longer the relationship prior to marriage, the more likely the marriage is to fail. And how we keep changing and modifying what is a traditional marriage, including dropping very key, in my opinion, very key points out of the wedding vows, which are love, honor, and obey, which is the submission portion, right? It's normally just, I promise to love you forever, Pookie. And they leave out the honor and obey, and till death do us part, in sickness and in health. Those portions of wedding vows are being left out. And I believe that's purposeful, because people still do believe in vows. And I think Arthur Dio, Melissa, wanted to come up and talk about why women might be concerned about about submitting to their husbands, which was just kind of a side tangent. It really wasn't the main subject. The main subject is this lack of dedication to marriage that women tend to show, and the reasons they're giving for it sometimes just don't hold water, like men are not feeling that deep emotional attachment to men, which I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest with you. I honestly think that's made up. But
honestly, if I were a guy, I don't know why I'd want to be emotionally attached to someone who wasn't pledging to be with me in sickness and until death. I mean, well, you're just the girl's in it for the good times, and he's supposed to have a deep emotional connection to that. I mean,
Right. And then you have to like kind of consider like, well, if she doesn't have the deep emotional connection, what's she getting into it with you for? It's like, well, then she's probably weighing out material things. Like, can you provide? And, are you a hardworking person? Are you like a safe bet? Because that was honestly what the driving factors were back in the day. And then those women weren't choosing who they got married to. It was their fathers, and it was an exchange of property. And so women didn't even have like the opportunity not to love, honor, and obey. And if they did, well, I mean, they were punished accordingly based on the societal expectations, right? So now we're in a totally different environment. And like, I'll be very, very forthcoming that like, hey, I have an alternative marriage. I can't actually say I probably didn't promise those things. I had a courthouse wedding. And to be married was more important to me than, like the getting married, which is also kind of flipped. So
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
I feel like that's also kind of flipped. Whereas like my motives were to be in the marriage.
The part right before that, you were saying something about something was more important than which part?
I was saying for me, being married was more important than like the getting married, the ceremony and all that.
Okay.
I didn't hold much value to that. I understand that's very different for some women. And it's not that I don't think that marriage doesn't deserve a ceremony. It just wasn't important to me. When it came down to the vows, like obviously I wasn't really considering what the judge was going to say, but obviously my husband and I knew what we were promising each other when we got married. And so for me, it was more important that I was promising things that I could promise and following through with the things that I could follow through on. And so if I didn't promise to love, honor, and obey, probably meant that I wasn't able to do it. But what I did promise is that, hey, I'm going to be here, whether you're sick or not, whether you're working or not. And we're going to work through it the best that we can.
Okay.
So I would say what I promised was like my joyful effort. And I would say that I did that because I had an emotional connection with him. And I did that because I wanted to marry him, because that's why we get married now. We don't get married so much because our fathers told us to. We get married to who we want, when we want, how we want. And so, yeah, that's where we're at right now. It's to what we want.
Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I know other people want to speak, but I have a couple of questions I have to ask.
Yeah.
When you say alternative marriage,
Mhm.
are you secular or are you religious?
So I will say that I was raised very deeply Pentecostal Christian, purity culture, and all that. Throughout my 20s, I kind of reevaluated and deconstructed, and so now I'm no longer Christian. I will say that I have a secular marriage. When I say I live an alternative lifestyle, I mean that I have an open marriage with my husband.
I see. Okay.
And I'm not trying to speak out of turn on your panel or anything
No,
like
no,
that.
no, not at
So
all.
I'm very
I look,
open to things, but like I will
there's no
say that
real
exactly
in
how you want
turn
it.
thing here. I tend to let people kind of just roll. But I just have questions. I'm just
Sure.
curious because this is our first time talking. I know
Yeah.
Glenn. I know everybody else on the panel. They've all had the same chance you're getting now.
Cool. All right.
So you're not, don't feel bad about that. Okay. So an open marriage. All right. That's
Sure. Mhm.
when you, I agree with a lot of what you said about how, you are looking for someone to provide for you and that sort of thing. I agree with that because I think that that's how most people should sort of operate. It's not, I mean, you're not getting married out of lust, or you shouldn't be. It should be it's an agreement, right? It's a contract.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and it's
For
a,
sure.
and in my marriage, it's a contract before God. In yours, not, but that's okay. I don't see why a secular person would ever get married. I don't see what it does for you.
I was going to ask a
Thank
sort
you,
of
sir.
similar question. Is that so when you did decide to get married with your partner, was it mainly for the sort of contract benefits as far as now you're both like sharing assets, you get the whatever little tax break there is, you're the medical decision maker if something were to happen to him? Was that kind of the impetus for getting marriage?
No, he had kids. I had kids. We wanted more kids.
Okay. So,
Because I mean,
And
you could have had a kid together outside of wedlock or outside of a
Sure.
marriage.
Yeah. That's possible. We wanted to get married.
sure. Okay.
I was just
I like
curious,
that.
like, what kind of benefits the marriage had for you outside. I'm Christian, so for me, it's like
Sure.
this very sacred thing before
Mhm.
God that, to me, kind of the government part is just more contractual.
Sure.
You know, I would certainly sign the contract, but I was just curious, like, what was sort of the driving force for you?
We have to, like I said, I was raised Pentecostal, so you have to kind of consider what being married means to me with my indoctrination going up. So when you think about it, when my husband said, "Will you marry me or do you want to get married?" To me, he was asking me, "Do you want to be with me for the rest of your life? Is this, what you want to be doing? And, do you want to make a commitment on that? Or are you willing to like vote for that, put your life on that?" Yeah. So to me, it wasn't about like making a deal with God. It was about, committing to my husband. So I understand, where religious people uh, make their, logic with it being something very holy and sacred. And I of course, am very, I admire those that have their covenant marriages. I admire those that, save it till they're married. Like, I don't want to take that from anybody. And I definitely, I always go into the spiel and I definitely want to make sure I do it today. I don't get prescriptive of my lifestyle at all. I'm the first person to tell you that it doesn't solve any problems, like at all. And I am in favor, however, of people doing the things that they want and, following what aligns with their values and, people having the freedom to do that. So when somebody says like, "Oh, I don't think your marriage is like, quote unquote valid," it's like, well, you're somebody else with an opinion and an asshole, but me, my husband, and the US government say we're married. And so everybody who has a really valid opinion on this, like that matters, agrees that we are. So
No, you're legally married. You're married, as
correct.
far as I'm concerned.
So
Right.
I have to. So you feel like your husband has a deep emotional attachment to you?
I would say my husband and I are very in love. Yeah. Mhm.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, then yes.
Deep
Yeah, if you want me to answer it directly, yes, I would.
Yeah. Deep emotional attachment. I just don't think that men are really capable of that because we deal with emotion in different ways.
Mhm.
But certainly it's possible. I don't know that. I don't know your husband, so I can't answer that. So
Yeah.
it's just not something I find normal in with most people.
I'm just curious, with having an open marriage,
Sure.
how has that affected your deep emotional attachment to each other? And was it kind of start out that way where you both got married with that was the agreement, or was it later on that you decided to open your marriage?
So I have past experience in open relationship lifestyle, so it was definitely talked about, and I like to actually start out my relationships hyper focused in on it. So I would say there was an agreed period monogamy followed by unexpected opening up. As for my attachment to my husband is like my safe place. Like he's my person, and I'm fully committed to him. And it's not just for like right now when the times are good. It is like when he was on disability. Like I went back to work during that time. Like we've been together 12 years. So like we're doing it. Divorce isn't on my horizon. But like I said, I'm not prescriptive of it. It is a very do at your own risk kind of thing. And even then, it's like I don't even really recommend it for other people. I'm probably going to be the first one to say people not to try it. I'm weird. Like don't do what I do.
So would you say that when you're having relations with someone outside of the marriage that you pretty much remove any emotional attachment from the act of
No,
relationship?
no, I don't do that at all. No, I don't do that at all. Actually, I do have other relationships. So like, and there's going to be very vastly different people from me in this aspect. Some people are swingers and they only, get involved with other things with their spouses and they don't host any, or what do you want to say? I guess, entertain any other type of relationship at all. And it is all physical. For me, I just say I'm non-monogamous. I'm in an open marriage and I do actually have relationships with other people. I top out at 2. So I do also have a long-term boyfriend as well. I've had other long-term boyfriends in the past, also in this marriage. So it's just like the way that my marriage works and that like I can have these other relationships and they work cohesively or alongside each other based on the timing, how mature the relationship is. I like for things to make sense. Nothing is like set, I guess. I play a lot of things by ear, if that makes sense.
And you never find that it's sort of you feel divided on emotional attachment to, say, the boyfriend versus the husband, as far as one's really doing a good job that week in terms of being supportive or whatever, and then the other one you're a little pissed at because he's not doing such a good job. Like you don't feel divided.
Yeah, I'm super
You're
honest
not
about.
just focusing on one person.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is like all roses and I just figured out relationships and everybody should be doing this. Hell yeah, there's times like that. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, there is. Yeah, of course there is. Like there's times where like one child is doing well in school and another isn't. And that's normal. I simply kind of look at it as like, yeah, I just have like this extra extension. It would be kind of like somebody having it's not the same. Obviously, like these relationships are not the same. But like having multiple types of relationship is actually common. Like if your parents were divorced, you might have like a step parent that you're really close to, and they might act like another parent to you. And you might even almost consider them like on a parental like figure, maybe not like as your biological parent, but that still hopefully didn't take away from like your actual parents. If they still stayed involved with you, like then you still maintain that. It's just that you have like a new heart for this new person. You develop a new love for them. So like kind of like with having kids or whatever the case may be.
Interesting.
My little brain struggles to comprehend. I personally am just so wired for one person that it's hard for me to imagine trying to split that between 2 people.
Mm-hmm. I'm so sorry. I want to answer this question that came up because like I don't want that to like slip away from me. Yeah, we're both biological man and female. Sometimes if you ignore a direct question like that in the chat and you like don't answer, sometimes people like fill in the blanks for you. So I just wanted to say I am a biological woman. I've had children, and my husband is a biological male.
I would just picture myself if I knew that I'm not married, but I do have a very long-term boyfriend, if I knew he were off with some other woman, I would feel so crushed and be so upset and be so jealous. I don't know how I would really emotionally handle that. And I suspect he would feel somewhat similar if I were off doing the same thing. So like, I'm pretty careful. I mean, obviously I have like work friendships, work acquaintances, whatever with men, but I really don't do any activities like one-on-one with another guy, just because I try to stay as far away as I can from ever letting a relationship like that start to develop where it would present some sort of threat to the primary relationship I have.
Yeah. And you should be protective over what threatens your relationships. That only makes sense. Obviously you care about it. So with my relationship, it's simply structured in a way where this is something that we utilize in a relationship. Like, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to talk to you out of turn or anything like that. But this is something, like I said, that we're weird about. Like, I don't encourage people to do this. This is what we like to do.
Why would you not encourage it, given that it kind of works for you? I mean,
because I acknowledge that I'm weird and people like are not me.
I mean, it's certainly not the statistical norm, but
Sure. I mean, I would hate. I mean, I would really hate to give somebody bad advice, like that. That's so life altering. And I happen to really like the status quo. Actually, it takes a lot to move me off of the status quo. If you see me in chat or defending my position at all, you see like I'm about that status quo. Because as far as I'm concerned, the status quo got us to today. And today is actually the best time to live in history. Like, the babies we have are babies that survive. And, I don't have to watch my child, get dehydrated and die from like diarrhea because of, some sort of crazy ass plague. And, why I don't care that my neighbor might be gay, but I might care that his music is too loud. Like, I like the time that we live in today. I like the choices that I get to make today. So I'm much more of like an advocate of like that status quo, choosing what we want. We get to choose to be happy. And that's kind of my method.
But why would you not recommend it for other people? Like,
I'd say what I recommend
would
is
you
like,
see other people running into with it?
Oh, okay. I mean, I'd say
that you sort of have handled or you manage within your relationships.
like, why is it dangerous? Like, what
why would it be
pitfalls can I point out?
dangerous or ill-advised for your average couple, in your opinion? Because you said you don't recommend it.
Correct. Yeah. Actually, what I see a lot of, like, just being like within the lifestyle, is I see a lot of like quote unquote normal couples who have been together for a long time, and then they use the lifestyle as like a self-destruct on their relationship that they're not happy with. And so honestly, what part of the reason that like the open community gets such a stigma is like the monogamous people like come in and self-destruct in it, it's frustrating. So and like you'll see it even in like the social scenes where like kind of the old school guys are eyeballing each other at like the new couples coming in, and we're like, yeah, we already know what's up there, she's done. And this is just her way out, and she might have said, hey, I want to go on an adventure, we've been together so long and we trust each other so much and blah blah blah, and let's like have this new thing. And it's like, yeah, if it was a new thing, it was probably a new thing for a reason. Whereas if this was like, if you were already very sexually open and this was a part of your lifestyle, then obviously that's quite different. So
so just to understand, most couples you see coming to an open lifestyle already have a broken relationship.
Correct. And they're going in for the wrong reasons. It's not because they're genuinely curious. It is because they're looking for like their out. And Viking, I understand, has an alternative. He's probably seen it. So yeah, it's super common. And like the people who are very well acquainted in the lifestyle, like we sniff it out.
Mm.
So like we could tell they're relationships that are strong, and they're usually like ones that have built in the lifestyle into their relationship from the beginning. And so like the ones that come in like, as something new or whatever, or starting a new journey, yeah, those are not good. I should say they're not good, but they're dangerous. You get very possible for you to fuck up your relationship that way if you're not trying to fuck it up already. I'm sorry, are we allowed to cuss on this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank God.
I use court language.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm not. I'm not going to get into the lifestyle choices. It's not. I mean, it's your life. Do what you want. And you're a grown ass adult, so you can do that.
Yeah.
As long as you don't bother anyone else. How do you politically tend to lean? I'm fascinated.
How am I politically? I'm honestly more conservative. Like, I'm a gun owner. I want to be left the fuck alone.
Okay.
Would you describe yourself as more libertarian then? Because I'm
No,
sure
I want to be. I want government. Like, I live in Illinois, and we have more units of government than any state in the union, and it is entirely wasteful and horrible, and just like, no. Like, when people say like I want less government, I'm like, yes, I'm on board with that. And then when they go in, I want to police morals. I'm like, no, damn it.
I'm sure you've noticed that the conservatives tend to lean toward morality, or Christian morality, I should say.
Yeah, it's
pretty heavily in terms of lifestyle.
Yeah,
and wanting to, in some way, regulate that. They're probably going to care a little bit less about your personal lifestyle, but especially when you start getting into same-sex relationships or transgender issues, they start to come down very heavy in terms of what they want the government to regulate about those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely do.
I mean, I'm sorry. Wait, are you saying conservatives want to regulate that?
Yes, I think most conservatives, for example,
that would be cross purpose with conservative values, because we want less regulation, not more.
Well, that's what's curious, though, is that most conservatives would not support gay marriage. They would want to define marriage as between a man and a woman. Most conservatives
That's not passing a law, though. That's simply
that?
not recognizing it. So this is
right.
a problem
so
that I have.
What I'm saying is that a gay couple would like to get married and have all the same privileges legally of a marriage contract, not in a church, but just with the government.
Yeah. Okay.
And conservatives voted against that for years.
Lost Angel, which is fine.
Right?
Good to see Angel.
That is them wanting to regulate someone's morality by not sanctioning it by the government. If you
this is a problem with people who think they're conservative but are not. And this is why I call myself a constitutional conservative, because if it's not in the Constitution, I don't want to see it. We don't need any more laws. My problem with the liberals and the Democrats is they want to pass a law to force me to do something, whereas on the other side of the aisle, the conservatives feel like they must pass a law to prevent someone from doing something. And both of those are cross-biased with conservatism, because it honestly doesn't make a fuck to me what Michelle does in her bedroom.
Exactly.
But in terms of other moral issues, so let's say prostitution, you would, I think, support.
She didn't get married in a church. She can't. I cannot enforce my morality on her. If she,
I'm not saying on her. I'm not talking about her relationship specifically, but I'm giving examples where conservatives do pass laws that regulate morality. They say that doing drugs is immoral, and so they pass a law against that.
But they do not say that it's immoral. That's a fallacy. They say that, and they are correct in that it ruins lives. It increases crime. Mm-hmm. It increases health risk to most people, and people die because of it. And that's an interesting thing. And I wouldn't have suspected that of you. It's interesting. I do not, as a conservative, ever argue from a moral point, ever, because I can't argue my morality with Michelle, because she can't make an appeal to morality because she is secular. Secular people cannot have morals. They can have ethics, which are close, but they can't have morals. I can appeal to a moral high ground because I have religion to appeal to and support my morality. That's what gives me morality.
But then let's say from a ethics only position, not from a Christian moral position, if I want to walk out on the street and take $1,000 for having sex with me in a transaction, why would they arrest me and the guy for doing that? Because someone has made the decision that prostitution is immoral.
I don't think they find it moral.
The guy's not hurt. I'm not hurt. We both agreed to do this, and we agreed on the sum of money, but that is not legal.
I don't agree.
Someone determined that is immoral.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't agree that prostitution in and of itself should be illegal. The exploitation of women should be illegal, not from a moral
You could argue the
viewpoint.
exploitation of any worker is immoral. Or Andrew's
Right, yeah,
example of,
right. So, but
let's
that
say,
has nothing
two
to do with my
sisters,
morality. I'm not
right?
arguing
Andrew's
from a point.
famous example is two sisters want to get married, and that is illegal because it's considered incest. Someone made
Yes,
the moral
that's not a
decision that they
moral
can't do
viewpoint.
that. But they're
That's not
not
a moral
hurting
viewpoint. That's a physical thing. That's not a moral viewpoint. Our
how is
laws
it
are not.
hurting anybody? Or
It does hurt people because the children can come out
two
deformed.
sisters, two lesbian sisters, they can't have kids.
That's true, but
So
I don't believe that they
why
can't. I
from
don't
a
know that they're. I don't know
without
that they
using
can't be married.
morality, how would you defend the law against that? Because I have to fall back on a moral stance, which says that's
Laws
wrong.
aren't moral. Laws are not moral. That's why they're laws.
But they're based on
if we operated off
someone's
of morals, we
morality.
wouldn't need laws.
They
It's
are always
interesting.
based on someone's morality or someone's ethics in terms of how they decide what is
Ethics are not
movement is-
morals. You
Can
can
I
say it's not
jump in?
ethical.
Yeah, go Michelle.
Okay, so I would say like kind of the part about being conservative is like yeah, I don't think laws are necessarily moral either. I think they're designed to be effective in basically keeping law and order basically and getting everybody on the same page. Grit is right. I have all of the freedom and lawfulness that I need to live the lifestyle that I am living, and absolutely nobody can come up to my house, drag me out by my hair, and stone me to death for it. They would be trespassing on me, no matter how much somebody says, go get the stones. Now, when it comes to like those laws, like even think about it. Can you name a single drug or sex-free prison that we have? They have nothing but rules and consequences, and they still cannot even police that into an effective manner at all. Like we know this because of the prohibition and the war on drugs, that policing things that are, basically come down to like personal choice for us is completely ineffective. But yeah, we can I guess basically I don't know, sway people into following those laws. Like for instance, there's consequences if you speed or whatever like that. And those are the things that we need to keep like everybody safe. And I think as a society, we kind of say, yeah, those are rational things. So
I mean, I agree. Like enforcing a law is always a completely separate issue from actually passing it. But like as I gave the example,
we don't pass laws against. We didn't pass laws against drugs because they were immoral. They were legal for years and years. They passed them because kids were dying of heroin overdoses. They passed them because literally back in the 1800s with laudanum, people were killing themselves using drugs, which laudanum is mostly opium.
So then why is it illegal?
We have the drug laws? The drug laws had nothing to do with morals. The drug
they do, because we say it is immoral to give someone a substance that would kill them or that they can't properly use. That's why you can go buy an Advil.
Well, that goes to the public health. That goes to public health. That has nothing to do with morals.
Well, the morality is that you don't allow someone to do something that would harm themselves. Would be the
I don't.
That is a form of government control.
I do not care. I do not care. You can kill yourself all you want. I shouldn't say that on YouTube. I'm gonna if the stream goes down in 20 minutes.
Unalive yourself all you want.
No.
Nobody did that but me. People can self-delete all they want to. That has nothing to do with my morals.
This
It's
is
not
exactly
ethical.
what Andrew argued against the libertarians, that their only set of ethics comes from harm reduction or consequentialism.
Right. That's harm
doesn't come
reduction.
from any
Yeah.
specific morality.
But for me, that doesn't matter. For me, that doesn't matter because it doesn't interfere with my morals, my religious viewpoint. This is a problem that conservatives always get into when they try and argue these points, is they retreat to morals. And Michelle obviously doesn't share the same morals that I do. I do not. I'm sorry, Joe, your mic is really garbled, sir.
Sorry, am I making noise in the background here?
Yeah, maybe just mute yourself until you want to actually talk.
I'm sorry. What?
I'll mute and let Grid finish his point. And
Thank you.
In your view, do you have any ethical basis that prostitution should be illegal, or do you think as long as it's safely done?
I think prostitution is fine as long as it's not an exploitation of women. My problem with prostitution, my original problem with prostitution was the advancement of sexual transmitted diseases and the fact that pimps were taking advantage of women and women were being forced into doing this. That was the original problem, as near as I can tell, with prostitution. And of course, you had a bunch of Bible thumpers that went towards morality. It's not I can't force my morality on someone that's not a Christian. This is the problem. I can't force my morality on someone that's not a Christian. I can only enforce morality on Christians. Now, if they're part of my church, I can excommunicate them from the church. If they're a prostitute, that's fine. But prostitution as a public good or harm is irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And I'm a conservative. I don't want laws limiting what people can do. This is a problem we have in this country, is both sides of the aisle want to limit me. Even when they say this is a law that protects trans rights, the reality is it doesn't protect trans rights. It limits my ability to say I don't like it. This is the problem we have with laws. Laws are not morals. If you want to retreat to moral high ground, you can't use, well, there should be a law. Anytime someone says there should be a law to enforce a moral issue, they've automatically lost the argument. Because laws
literally are
moral.
to enforce issues of morality and ethics, though.
That's what the church is for.
That's what the church is for. We have a law against murder.
No, we have a law against murder because you're literally killing somebody that's not a moral issue. That is, you have a right to life. That's in the Constitution. That's not a moral issue. That's a right granted by the state that can be taken away, I should add.
So then do you support the government sanctioning marriages between two sisters, two men, a man and a dog?
I don't support the government sanctioning any marriages. I'm just saying that I don't understand why secular people want to get married in the first place.
Because they want all the privileges that come with marriage.
And those privileges come from the government. They don't come from morality. They don't come from the Bible. They don't come from God. They come from the government. And I don't care about that. So they're not married. They have a contract. They're not married. To be married, you must get married in a church. There's no other way around that. We can't. Now, you can call it a marriage. You can. I mean, that's a matter of semantics.
Let's use the term government marriage contract.
I don't give a shit what the government contracts allow Michelle to do. I don't give a shit about a contract that allows Michelle and her husband to marry each other. I don't care if they marry 8 people, as long as they don't bring it to my church.
So you would be comfortable with the government sanctioning the union between two sisters or between a man and an animal?
I don't have an opinion on it because it's not a morality issue. It's not an ethical issue for me. I don't care. And I would prefer that the government not be involved at all. I would prefer that my tax dollars not used for it. That's a preference of mine. But from a moral standpoint, I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay, so now the two sisters are married under the government because you didn't mind. Do you force the insurance companies to provide spousal benefits for the...
I don't want insurance companies, and I don't want to force insurance companies to do anything. If an insurance company does not want to write a policy on Michelle getting knocked up, I don't care. I'm not going to take her side. I'm not going to take the insurance company's side.
But that's what's happened, though, is that once you define marriage differently,
and who's done that? Who's done that? Who's done that? The government has done that.
Right. So, as an example,
which is not a moral institution. And you keep coming back to the government needs to do this. The government can't do it. They're not a moral institution. The churches can do it. The only place that I care about any of the things that you're talking about is in the church. In my community,
a very libertarian perspective, then, not a.
It's a constitutional conservative. No, it's not libertarian at all. Libertarian would say that we should pass a law to protect Michelle's marriage. I don't believe that either.
Yeah, no, please don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like things the way that they are. If somebody wants to pass their estate to their turtle, I don't care. And that's where people
we just can't we can never expect government to enforce morality. Every time we try and do that, you remember prohibition? The prohibition was the enforcement of morality on the populace, and it was wrong, and it created more problems than it solved.
We still have laws against public drunkenness, though, or drunk driving. I mean, we still do enforce
Those are
that.
nuisance laws. That's not legislating morality. That's just that you're a nuisance to society.
Yeah, like obviously I don't live my lifestyle like out on the street corner. Like it's
Right.
No one's suggesting
Well, I
you
hope
are.
not. And I'm not and make no mistake, I'm not supporting Michelle's lifestyle.
right.
I'm saying that I have no moral ground unless she told me I'm a member of X church and they support this, then I could say that is immoral and you should be damned. At this point, as far as I'm concerned, she's damned anyway because she's not part of a church. That's her choice. I can't lead her to that. Do you not understand how this works? This is a very interesting point that in our society. I am a Christian. I only enforce morals on Christians. I don't even enforce my morality on Muslims. Muslims are heathens. They're hedonists. They're beasts in my eyes because I'm a Christian.
Hope that's not TOS to say.
I don't know. I don't care. If the string goes down in 20 minutes, you'll know. I'm just saying this is the way it is. They're heathens. Michelle, as pleasant a person as she is, in my eyes, is a hedonist.
I respect your right
She
to
is
think
going
that.
to go to hell. I can't save her. And I don't need the government to force her in any way, shape, or form to conform to a morality that she doesn't prescribe to. Just like a fucking whore. I don't care if a whore is a whore. She can charge whatever she wants. She's going to hell. And I can't save her.
The problem with your stances, though, is when you allow people to do whatever actions they want, which one might consider immoral, such as prostitution or drug use, you end up with all these societal consequences that you always end up paying for.
Can I jump in here and address that quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, old Joe. I'm
Good,
sorry. I went way long. I did not mean to jump up on and give a sermon. I apologize.
It was good shit though.
Yeah, Grid One, you actually said a lot of the stuff that I was planning on saying, so it's good you covered a lot of the ground. So I'd just like to echo what Grid One said strictly in terms of government and how they would dictate morality to their population. There are several examples and several fascinating documentaries and papers written about how when government gets its hand in the morality game, societies become far less free. They become far poorer. They become, in the end, just to skip right to the end, those societies wind up with people standing in long bread lines, nobody owning anything. Government's best place, you have to have some form of stability in your society. And this is, I believe, where people become confused. So we wouldn't punish a drunk driver and say that's an immoral act. We would say that person is a danger to the public. And that person prevents other drivers from conducting their business and their livelihoods in a safe fashion. This is why they're being punished. The same as contract disputes, all manner of things. There may be commonalities where you outlaw things that are immoral, but there are many things that are outlawed that are not immoral. When the government gets in the moral game, it generally, like it does everything else, gets it wrong. I think the over-arguing that's kind of become habit in some of the debate circles to argue the extremes. Even the little government people are not saying no government. They're saying less government. They are saying that somebody like Grid One should be able to publicly state his opposition to some of these scenarios that we see existing, like, for example, marriage between two women or whatever the case. I'm not saying that's what he said. In my country, in Canada, there are now speech laws that govern what you, not what just what you can't say, but also what you must say. An example would be pronouns. You must use a person's chosen pronouns, even if you choose not to, or you could wind up on the wrong side of the law in dealing with the RCMP. This is the kind of problem you get when you have government in the morality game. And I think, I'm not sure, I'm not going to ventriloquize Grid One, but I kind of think that's where he's coming from, and it's a position that I agree with. That's all I wanted to say before I drop down.
Good stuff, old Joe.
Thank you, old Joe.
I think Glenn had a comment he was going to get in.
Glenn always has a comment.
No? So then why
Hey,
can't I walk around naked
I had
outside?
nothing to say. I'm just listening to y'all bicker over some things.
Why
like I
can't I
said-
walk around naked outside? I'm not hurting anyone.
Well, like I said, I don't live my life, on the street corner either. Like there is a public, safety, decency standard that I have to live by, that everybody has to live by.
But based on what? It's based on someone's morality. If you go over to Saudi Arabia, I can't walk around without long sleeves and a headscarf and my ankles covered because that's their morality. If I go to a beach, I can't walk around in a bikini.
This
So it's interesting that you say that, because you said it's based on morality, but then you said it's based on someone's morality. And I would say you're right. Clearly not an objective morality. Otherwise, we would see everybody dressed the same way everywhere, wherever it's quote unquote conservative or religious.
This is where the freedom of religion and freedom to live one's life tends to. This is why this is where people would be like, okay, if America was a Christian nationalist or a Christian nation, right? Mm-hmm. Like a lot of people and even I would support, you wouldn't have these conversations, because by law, it wouldn't, by law, Michelle's relationship would not be permitted. Right?
Right.
There would probably be a consequence to it somehow. I don't know what that would be, but I'm assuming there would be. But there'd also be no gay marriages. There would be no trans. There would be none of that, right? That would all be outlawed and illegal. So, and that's why you go over to the Middle East in a very heavy or Islamic nation. Yeah, you're all covering up your ankles, covering up your face, headdress, all that stuff, because their religion is part of their government, right? Our religion is not part of our government here, although Christianity has influenced the formation of the laws that our government enforces. The religion is not part of the government.
But that was my main point, was that morality from somewhere always influences the laws, whether it's morality, whether it's someone's secular set of ethics or morality. It always comes from somewhere, and we always get mad when it's a secularist set of morals that are influencing the laws, just like they get mad at us when it's a Christian set of morals influencing the laws.
That's part of the problem,
we're always going to have that conflict.
It's always a tug of war, right? One party comes into power, then it's their ethics or morals are being, pushed, right? And then the other party comes into power, and then they choose to undo all those things and then implement their, values or laws based.
Right.
That's the tug of war that this nation has been in and always will be in, as long as it's a democracy in that sense, as long as it's not like a Christian nation.
I agree. And so that was kind of where my conversation with Michelle was starting, was that, for example, we have gay people who are Republicans, and it's because they like the fiscal policies and whatnot, but they totally disagree with the moral basis for a lot of the laws that generally speaking, someone on the conservative side of the spectrum would be proposing.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's the way that I know gay guys that are very conservative, and that don't vote liberal at all,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the question is, what have conservatives conserved ever in the last 40 years? And I would say this, I'm more aligned with Grid as a constitutional conservative, the letter of the law, I'm not about the spirit of the law. No. What does the Constitution say? Verbatim. Let's go off that. Let's not imply it means something else. Let's not try to say this interprets as something else. Let's just keep it Simple, stupid.
But I mean, the whole reason we have a Supreme Court is because they spend all day figuring out how to apply the Constitution to a specific circumstance.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the lawmakers. They try to imply certain laws mean something else. Certain amendments could mean, you know, like freedom of speech, or the First Amendment has been bastardized.
Right. So in theory, any law they pass has to be without conflict with the Constitution. It has to be in keeping with the Constitution. And if it is not, then the Supreme Court will eventually get some case complaining that it's against that whatever law got passed is unconstitutional for XYZ reason, and have them return that law, which is being released from, you know, all the rulings that are coming down this week.
Yep. A lot of, well, I mean, like okay, look at Roe versus Wade.
Mm-hmm.
That was
originally
unconstitutional.
It was unconstitutional when they passed it,
and they let it slide.
And they did.
So this is
and then when they got rid of it a couple years ago, there was this huge uproar. How dare this? Blah 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 blah. No, it was never constitutional to begin with. You guys were allowed this, and so they were literally breaking the Constitution the entire 50 years that law was abortion was being allowed like that under Roe versus Wade.
And this is a perfect example, though, of where morality comes into play, because Roe versus Wade, I can't talk, said that this is not a states' right issue, that the federal government is going to make a decision as to when you can have an abortion. And when they overturned it, they said, nope, we're sending this back to the state. Each individual state now gets to decide when it is appropriate or not for someone to have an abortion. And so now you see California passes laws where it's legal up until quite liberal time period. I don't know the exact rule. A place like Florida, I think we've passed this rule where once the heartbeat can be heard, which is somewhere around like 12 weeks, after that, you can't have an abortion. And so you get all these varying laws. So now all those state laws are very much based on someone's sense of morality. Is it the woman? Yes. Is it more moral for a woman to have the right to do whatever she wants with the embryo in her body? Or does that baby who's growing in the womb have some certain human rights? And it is a complete conflict of rights because the two are sort of intertwined biologically, and you've got to figure out whose rights supersede the others.
Well, so look at the T's. Look at the T's. That's actually against the hospital or doctor's policies, right? You can't be doing like harm to the patient, but you're doing harm to them. You are mutilating them.
Say that again with the
doctors that do the T's, T's.
So gender affirming surgery you're talking about.
Yes, that stuff. Like that right there is mutilation.
So that's your morality, but someone getting it done might.
No, that's actually, isn't that against the Hippocratic Oath? Like you cannot be harming your patient.
But in all sincerity, what's the difference between me going in for a BBL, which has a very high complication rate, versus me going
you're talking about the psychological, physical, and mental
surgery that you pay for.
Yeah, like somebody getting their Johnson turned into a hot dog bun.
So
it's way different.
But from just a purely ethics perspective, right? What's the difference between me having a bilateral mastectomy and cutting off both my breasts?
Whose ethics? Whose ethics?
So someone's ethics have to decide if it is okay for me to have gender.
Can you cause if you know in the long run that, let's just say, if you knew in the long run that this was going to be harmful to the individual, by look at the statistics of how many people are regretting the surgery, the complications post healing of the surgery, the complications that just the procedure alone could have on an individual, and the mental health factor alone, you performing the surgery would be unethical, knowing that this individual should be classified with the mental health disorder more than not like the DSM-4 said it did, and not go off the DSM-5 that which downgraded it from a mental health disorder to like a a syndrome or something. Like,
Right. But in practice, what's the difference between that and me having some form of body dysmorphia and wanting all sorts of crazy plastic surgeries with a BBL and breast
Because
implants?
nobody
They all have the same concept.
Okay,
breast
okay,
implants
I'll
and chopping off your dingus is completely different.
How is it
nobody is
I can
charging
answer
the
that.
government to pay for it.
Oh, look, Grid,
Can we
your
let
channel,
Tina-
your show, you do your thing,
Yeah,
Bob.
let me. Oh, guys, we got it. First of all, we're going to stick to just the ethics and morality questions and not go down rabbit holes. Okay. What's the difference? The difference is that an elective surgery is your choice. Morality doesn't enter into that except between you and your doctor, who makes a judgment based on their interpretation, their understanding, their own willingness to live by the Hippocratic oath that they took. And if they risk losing their license because they make a bad choice in front of a review board, that's on them. They made a choice. The government has no place in that. Okay. That's a personal choice. Now, if we're talking about gender affirming care for a child, now you're talking about parents involved. There's a lot of other steps there. And again,
So here's the
I
problem.
don't believe that there should be laws. I don't believe that there should be laws in making it easier. And I believe that doctors should be doing their job on their oaths so that we don't need laws. Here's my problem is that everybody wants a fucking law, that we don't need any more damn laws. We've got literally, if you want to, you could fill my entire studio with the written laws in this country, and I wouldn't be able to walk in the door.
Mm-hmm. But here's
That's
the
our
problem.
problem.
So if I'm a doctor and I have a child that by all medical criteria needs a
Sorry,
blood
Angel, I didn't mean to do that.
transfusion, but the parents are Jehovah's Witness, or the hematologist oncologist says we should, by all medical criteria, give your child this chemotherapy, but the parents refuse, the doctors can take them to court and get a court order to force the parents to not have rights over their children and force them to have the doctors give the blood transfusion. And so what you're seeing is that these people who want gender affirming care want to do the exact same thing, where they can force the parents to have to allow their underage child to get those gender affirming surgeries. It is the exact
and if a
same
doctor
principle,
violates his
unless you
Hippocratic
actually
oath
look
to
at
do
it with a
that,
moral lens.
if the doctor violates his Hippocratic oath to do that, he has to live with that. People violate oaths all the time.
I understand that.
I
but
cannot.
You're talking about the law.
I don't know where you're coming at this from. You keep bouncing around. My
think
morality has nothing to do with the laws in this country, because we are not a Christian nation. I wish that we were. If we were, things would be a lot simpler. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what my buddy Glenn Lawrence said. Glenn and I actually don't agree in 100% on religion, but we can agree about that.
So let me ask you then, if I have a set of parents and they tell me, I don't want you to give my underage child a blood transfusion, do you think it should be the law that I can go to the court and force the parents to allow that blood transfusion to occur to save the life of their child?
No.
If it's someone's religious belief,
it's
no.
their religious belief. They're Jehovah's Witnesses.
Then no. Then no. Because now you're putting your morals over their morals.
So in your worldview, the parents' right over their child and their religious beliefs would take precedence over saving the child's life.
You're saying that your morals are more important than their morals.
And I would say that saving the child's life with a blood transfusion, which would very easily save their life in a trauma situation or a surgical situation.
I understand the hypothetical. I 100% understand the hypothetical. It would be a terrible choice to make.
And I would say the same thing about not performing the transfer surgery. It's more moral to not make them put it in there, not have them do that surgery, because of that they're just living a lie and it's going to cause so much more complications. and you're only just affirming this fantasy land that they believe in, which is going to end up come crashing down on them anyways.
Right.
Okay, so now let's say the parents have an underage child and they want to force physicians to provide the gender affirming care to their child.
And I would tell those parents, I'm sorry, I cannot do that.
Do I get forced to provide the anesthesia for their child's gender affirming surgery, even if I don't believe in it?
No.
That's pretty much what happens.
Oh, you have the moral right to say, no, this is against my morals and I'm not doing it.
So you don't, though, when it becomes an emergency situation. Obviously, gender
How is that ever an emergency situation? We got to cut off the tallywhacker immediately.
Well, where it does become an
Only in your
emergency
case, Glenn.
situation is the Supreme Court just ruled that abortions are going to be legal in emergency situations. And I can present to you
They've always
scenarios
been legal in
where-
emergency situations. They've always been legal in. What is this? Why do we keep shifting this?
Because the state tried to make them illegal, and they're trying to make them legal in an emergency situation in the
But
ER.
doctors determine that. Doctors were always going to determine that.
Okay, so now it's 2 a.m. and there's an emergency abortion, and I'm the only anesthesiologist on call. Do I have to go provide anesthesia for the emergency?
Not if it's
abortion?
against your morals.
And if it's against-
You can
but I
say
do.
no, I'm not going to do it.
But I do by law. I cannot refuse to do that.
Can you just say, you didn't hear your phone, you were asleep?
You just say this is not part of my job. I'm not showing up for work today.
I
I mean,
can't.
but then,
slept
then you
through my
stand to
phone call.
lose your nursing license. I mean,
Yeah, I
if
would
you're
get
not going
fired.
to, yeah, you're
I
going
would
to
lose my medical
Okay.
license.
So your
before the
morals
year
are
end.
not as strong as your desire for your job.
Right.
right.
But that's what I'm saying is that they force their morality on me by taking away my
No, you
medical
apply
Well,
to the
actually-
state for a medical license, not to God. You apply to the state for a medical license.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is that someone's morality determined that if there's an emergency abortion, it needs to be done, and I have to be forced to provide anesthesia for
Well,
that.
again,
or
At the end of the
again.
day, it's your own morality.
right? Yeah, I mean, if I don't do things that are immoral, you can't.
But then
make
I
me
get
do it. I
punished for
fired
my
customers all the
morality
time.
by the state, right?
Not really.
Yeah, that's-
Did you know
that's-
this before they hired you?
You can always appeal it. You can always say, "Hey, this was a moral thing. I did not agree with it. I have a Hippocratic oath to live by."
I'm pretty sure
And
that
you
if
would
a
have to go.
woman
You would
died,
have to go in front of the board, and the board would maybe side with you, and then maybe they wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure that if a woman died because or a baby,
Okay, then that would be a legitimate emergency, correct?
Right.
And you
Not
and
an
by
abortion.
you would force me to provide the care that I and I'm not saying this is my
okay,
personal,
we're
like,
you're
moral-
moving goalposts. You're moving goalposts. I'm gonna straighten this out, and this is gonna be the last we talk about this.
Okay.
Here's the thing: if it's an actual emergency, woman's been in a car wreck, and the choice is you either abort this pregnancy or this woman dies. And the doctor on duty has said, you know what? We're going to save the woman because it's a low percentage chance that we can save the fetus. And that's what a doctor does. They make hard decisions every minute of the day. And that's the decision that doctor in charge has made. And they call you up and they say, hey, we're performing an emergency abortion on this woman. She's unconscious. She has no idea what's going on. She has no ability to consent, but we're doing it. It's an emergency abortion. Then you should do that job. Okay.
So it's
now,
easy
and
to
there's no
say that
medical
when
board
you
on the
protect the
planet that would
mother.
disagree with that. Now,
It's-
on the other side of that, if a woman comes in, and I'm going to pick on Michelle here because she's standing right there she's right there on the screen in front of me. If Michelle comes in at 3:00 in the morning to specifically get an abortion and there's nothing else wrong with her, and she's bribes a doctor or has a doctor that is abortion friendly that wants to do it and tries to sell this as an emergency abortion, and you refuse to do it, then first of all, she's not going to die. Okay? Because it's not an emergency. And second, if they take you before a board, you can subpoena all those records and you will win the case and you will not lose your license. You're moving the goalpost to fit a narrative to what you want it to fit. And I'm not going to let you do that. I like you. I enjoy the things that you say. You're a good person. I know you're a good human and I understand your morality. And for the most part, I agree with your morality, but I can't enforce my morality on other human beings. Only human beings.
This is where free will comes in,
But that's
God
what I'm
gave
trying
us
to say is that
God gives us free will for a reason, right? So he allows you to choose what you want to choose. He wants you to choose him, but if you choose not to choose him, That's your choice,
What I'm
and you
trying
can
to
live
make
your life that
is
way.
whether you realize it or not, you subconsciously enforce your morality on people all the time. Like the
I
scenario.
really try not to.
You may try not
I
to,
understand that
but
I do, but I
everyone
try not
does
to.
because we all come from some standpoint of what's ethical and moral. So I can give you a more, it's very easy if you say, okay, the woman comes in and her life is in danger. Obviously, we're going to perform the abortion
Sure.
and save her before she dies, right?
Yeah.
And if the woman comes in and she's just like crying and wants the abortion, that's not really an emergency. But what about a
Sure.
situation
And
like
if
this?
you
This is a
refuse
real
to do it,
situation.
if you refuse to do it, there's no medical board on the planet that's going to lose your license as long as you're not in New York or California.
But
Any
there's
other
always
state in the
the
country
gray
is going to be
area.
like, no, that woman was clearly just distraught. You did the
Yeah.
right thing. You did your job. You were
But
right.
what about when there is a gray area? And I can give you these gray areas because I deal with this shit all the time.
I'm not going to go down that hypothetical path.
I
I'm
thought
not
this
dealing
whole
with
thing
there.
was about submission
It's
and
easy when
stuff.
it's
How did
black
we
and
move
white.
from submission to here?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's easy when it's black and white, but what happens when a woman comes into the emergency room? She's in congestive heart failure, and the doctor tells her you're having a peripartum, meaning around the time of your pregnancy, cardiomyopathy, heart failure. And our options are we can get you an abortion, and then your problems will resolve in the next couple of days. Or our options are we can put you on extreme life support and put you in the ICU for the next 3 months and get the baby to term, or we can do a C-section. And the woman
Well,
says,
the
I
doctor
just
is
want
going
to
to
go with
assess the risk on that. Come on, no, I'm not allowing
Again,
this.
yeah.
The doctors are
not
going to
a
assess
regular
the risk. She's going to talk to her husband. There might be a priest involved. This is not. I'm not going to entertain this. I understand the hypothetical. I understand the
You don't want to
argument
entertain
you're trying to
it,
make.
but that's where the law now applies to me as a physician, where I have to either go through with providing the woman the abortion that she desires because she feels like her health is in conflict with her pregnancy.
That's
or
a
the
reasonable
woman has to
thing.
make a decision to put
That's
herself
She
through
can
hell
do that
to
anyway.
maintain her
She
pregnancy.
doesn't need to claim it to be an emergency. If a woman feels like her health is is at risk, she can go to a doctor and get an abortion anyway. She doesn't need to claim an
No, Grid,
emergency.
let me imagine, Grid, you are sitting in an emergency room. You can hardly breathe. You're about to have a breathing tube put in. Your heart is failing. You're blown up with
I
fluid.
can't imagine that
Your
because I've
heart's
never
not
been there.
pumping.
I've
And
never had an
the
operation.
doctor tells you this will resolve if we perform an abortion for you, or I can haul you up right now into the ICU, and I can put you on ECMO, which is big cannulas that suck out your blood, pump it through a machine, and put it back in your body.
Wait a minute, aren't there risks at that?
Yeah, there's extreme risk to that.
Okay, so then of course
woman
they would pick
is
the
sitting there-
abortion. That's the less risk.
The doctor would advise the abortion, I'm sure, because it's the least
That's
amount of risk.
Well, I personally have taken care of people in the ICU who made the decision not to have the abortion.
Sure.
And
And
that's
that's
good for them.
their
That's what I'm
decision.
trying to
Again, it's
say
not
is
an
that-
emergency. Again, it's not an emergency,
That
and
is
it's
an
something they
emergency.
can do anyway. They can do it anyway. If it's a health risk, they can do it anyway. They don't need to put you in it. It's not like they're tricking you into the position. It's not a gray area. There's no gray here.
It
They
is.
can
If I
do
don't
it
go put
anyway.
them on life support at that time, they'll die. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
it's-
talking about situations like that versus what Greg's saying is somebody walking in and being distraught that she can't afford this baby and she doesn't want this baby and you have to do that abortion right away. That's not an
And you
emergency.
can
That
refuse to
girl
do
can
that.
wait
And
till
just,
the next
no one would
pregnancy.
support that being an emergency, right? But what I'm trying to make the point of is that it's never that black and white.
there's always
I'm the one actually
outliers.
in the
I don't
ER that
care
has
about
to
outliers. There's
see
always
these
outliers that suck.
situations all the time.
There's always outliers that suck.
But the outliers are what come into our emergency room every single day. That's
Well,
for
then
me.
I
that's
think I
not
guess the choice is
Well, I
for
can't
you
But I
to
go
just
just.
forward
think
with
it was a pretty
I
realistic
guess,
situation.
but the choice is then for you. Then make the best choice that you could live with.
So the ideal thing, of course, would be the woman gets all the risks and benefits and signs consent for whatever choice she makes, right? But whatever choice she makes then forces the doctor to go along with her choice. Or you can have a law stating that by law she can't
We
make.
could
one
have.
of
We
the
do not have. We could have. We do not have. I said I'm tired of entertaining the hypotheticals. I'm
What
going
happened to
move
the
on.
whole submission
Real
thing?
cases. That's not hypothetical.
Oh, this is exactly a good point of submission.
Yeah.
What happened to the whole submission conversation? That's what you guys wanted me up here for.
That's when in a relationship with my
I didn't
husband.
actually bring you up here for a submission conversation.
How did I
Anyway,
get on this?
I'm
I was
done.
talking
Look,
about
here's
submitting
the
to
thing.
husband.
Bottom line is, no matter what, there's no way to institutionalize morality. Even if we become
not
a
going
Christian
to.
nationalist
But every law attempts
nation,
to do that. And by making a decision one way or the other, you force your ethical decision on someone else.
nobody forces you to do it. You either go along with it or you make a choice to not do it. If you make a choice to not do it and you're right, then the consequences are likely to not even be there.
But in the scenario I gave you, either someone makes a law that says the abortion's illegal, and now the poor woman.
Someone has not made a law. I don't care. There is no law. If there's no law, then I
You know
don't
what? When
care.
I'm president,
Yeah, when
I'll
when
make abortion
president-
illegal.
I'm moving on.
All right.
I'm moving on.
Or
Terminated. I've terminated
Nope,
this.
nope, nope. I already made my peace. Abortion will be illegal when I'm
All right,
president.
Michelle,
That's
I'm,
it.
I'm going to come back and pick on Michelle.
you're gonna
Give
have
me
to have
one second.
exceptions for that, Glenn, and that's where the
No, I cannot. I am the law.
Again, hey, stop. I'm going to separate you two.
I'll put
I'm
myself in
sorry.
timeout.
Where was I going? Yeah, put. All right. I'm not going to pick on Michelle anymore. I was about to. Angel,
you
you
can.
had some stuff that you wanted to talk about, and then I'll pick on Michelle. I think Glenn had to go. Wipe down after the sweat he worked up.
Glenn is using his tactical ball soap or whatever this.
That's right.
Damn right. My ball soap is amazing. Stop thinking about my balls. It's inappropriate.
Dude, I literally thought that was a spoof commercial.
I heard the promo go through my head like spontaneously. It's so funny. As soon as you said
All right,
ball soap.
Angel. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ignore you.
No, it's fine. That was it's a lot to unpack here. Okay. Okay. So I understand both of both of your arguments, and I've said this in the past, that we do legislate law through morality. We do that. However, laws are only as strong as the culture and society is willing to enforce them. That's always been the case. So, I brought this up to Grid before. We have laws on the books right now saying you can't have a pie on your windowsill on an open with an open windowsill. We don't enforce that.
I'm sorry,
There are many laws like this that exist that are still on the books but are no longer enforced because they were legislated from a state of morality that fit the context at the time that they were legislated. Law is always legislated from morality, but it's legislated from a state of morality that the culture at the time understood would benefit them at that time. That's how it's done. It's always existed that way. This is why so many Christians get it wrong when we talk about the Bible, because we try to talk about the Bible as though it was written now in modernity rather than the context at the time it was written. And that's why, and we do that in law the same way. So this is why I see Grid's side of it, and I understand perfectly what he's saying, but I also understand Aphrodite's point. You're both correct. You're both correct on the coin. You're both halves of the same coin. And the reality is, right now, our current society and culture is in a state where we don't enforce, as Christians, the laws we used to have, because the country was predominantly based on Christian morality. That's just a fact. The original 13 colonies all had state churches. So let's get that out the way now, because I constantly hear the separation of church and state. No, that only applies to the federal government establishing a national church, not the states, and not establishing state church.
Either. The whole idea of separation of church and state came from a letter written to Thomas Jefferson saying that they should do it, not that they should not do it. One
Yeah.
thing that you said that was really key there, Angel, is laws are written in morality, but you can't enforce them in morality, and they don't mean anything. They carry no inherent morality. That's a problem. And that's I think that's the way I would interpret what you had to
It's
say.
only as strong as the culture and society at the time have the will to enforce them. And as soon as the will and the will from that culture or society at the time doesn't exist anymore, it simply exists in word and that's it, and no action. And that's just the reality. If Aphrodite, for instance, if you want to start to address issues of degeneracy or things that we don't agree with as Christians, you unfortunately have to win over the culture at the time that as it exists. And it's the same thing with the secularists. They had to battle us at the beginning of the founding of the country to get the acceptance on a lot of their lifestyles throughout throughout the history of our country. So it's not a one-way street. It swings back and forth. Currently, it's just a reality. Christians lost the American culture a century ago at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. That's just the reality. We lost the culture because we did not want to participate in things that were occurring in modernity as they continue to grow. For instance, movies, pop culture. I remember very clearly the evangelists and the Baptists raging at anything that was pop culture. They used to attack card games, for goodness sake. I remember they used to attack Magic the Gathering as the coming of satanic culture and Satanism. Okay? That is a failure of us as Christians. We did not adapt to modernity, and we did not accept things that are used to influence culture and maintain culture. But guess what? The secularists left.
The girls on the cards, the little angels on the cards they attacked. Okay.
Yes. Yes. And the secularists, the left, they embraced that and they went into those places and they influenced the culture. It happened all of last century. We lost the culture last century and now we're trying to win it back. We can take it back. There is no problem with us taking it back. No one can tell you, oh, you're wrong for wanting to take it back, because then you can just tell the left and the secularists, well, you were wrong to take it from us. And we can go back and forth. It will always be a fight for both sides as to what morality and what culture we want in place. That is part of human civilization everywhere. So you can tell me as a Christian, if you're on the left and you're secularist, you're wrong for telling me that you want to live that way. I don't have to tell you it. I'm not going to go and tell you, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to participate in the institutions and culture to start changing it to where stigmatization goes my way, our way. I don't need to tell you how to live your life. I'm just going to do it the way that you guys did it to us last century. Period. There's no need for me to tell you, you're wrong in your life. So, okay, don't need to do that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in places and start making culture that combats your lifestyle that I don't agree with. Period. That's how you did it to us. We can do it right back. That's how it goes. So I agree with Grid. We don't need to tell you how to do it. We can just do it behind the scenes, just like you did. That's how it goes. That's all I have to say. I'm going to take a breath, Grid.
Go right ahead, man. Go right ahead. Welcome, ZD Den. How are you today? Dear Mike, is that ZD Den? I think that's ZD Den.
See her on the screen. I see Tina.
Tina,
yes, it's
sorry.
me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to cook at the same time. How are you?
I'm glad that you're cooking. Someone will be happy to be fed.
Yes.
I'm out of popcorn, so unfortunately.
Cook for us on the topic, Tina. What's your thoughts on this?
I would. I'm going to actually shift the topic a little bit. All right. So, and actually, Glenn. Actually, I'm going to credit Glenn a little bit with this. We were talking yesterday about the Hawktua girl. For those who don't know, I went down to track down the Hawktua girl. I could not, but I got close. and we found out a lot of information. I found out a lot of information about her. Had a great show yesterday. You're welcome to watch it. But the interesting thing was that it appears to all signs point to that she probably has never even had a boyfriend, and she was just downtown having fun. I was rewatching the video again yesterday, and it occurred to me, and I said this earlier in the stream, and I know most people weren't here yet, that if a man goes out on the town, he needs to take a credit card with a pretty good with some room on it. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be spending some money. A girl can go out on the town with $5 in her pocket because she's going to get drinks bought for her. She's going to get her food. You know, she'll get dinner paid for. She will get whatever if she wants. Right. I'm not saying that happens, every time. I'm not saying that that's what, that every girl does that. I'm just saying that she can. And I'm not even talking like super attractive girls. I'm talking like 5.5s and above. Right. And what we all understand why that is, I think. I don't know. Michelle may have a different opinion. We seem to have, slightly different life views, but I don't know. How do you think you correct back from that? Or should we correct back from it? Is this just the way of the world and we accept it and move on? Anybody got any opinions? It just occurred to me that when I was watching, so that the reason what made me think about this was neither one of those girls had a purse or a wallet. So at best they had a credit card and like $5 or $10 in their pocket when they were out there for CMA Fest, right? Or CMA Fest. So that just made me think, I bet they didn't have any money at all. Glenn's yelling at somebody.
They probably put their IDs in their bra, stuck in their boob. That's about it.
Oh, yeah, they do that. It's so gross.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not to detract from your point, but like I learned in Miami, I would always carry my purse right under my arm if I even carried one, and usually I would just tuck a credit card and ID and stuff into my cell phone or into a pocket or something. Because if you have anything someone can grab, it'll get grabbed. But but I don't want to detract from your main point, which I think is that generally speaking, men are assumed to be the one that's going to be paying for everything if you're going out on a date, or even I don't go out, but like say I go into a gas station to get a soda, I'll have it comped half the time by the male gas station clerk, or whatever you call the cashier rather, sorry. Just because I'm assuming I look female and semi pretty. I don't think I really rate that high on the scale, but they do that for women. And I doubt he comps the big burly guy with a based orthodox beard who comes strolling into his
Glenn gets comped. Glenn gets comped.
I don't know.
Yeah. Glenn gets comped. That's because he brings the women's in that other men spend money on.
Great, stop trying to get me in trouble right now. Stop telling all my secrets, man. Damn you.
I mean, that traditionally came from the fact that men were the ones who could work and women couldn't or didn't work.
Sure.
Weren't really
I understand the traditional aspect of it.
In the olden days, it was assumed that the man would provide for the woman. Really obviously, women have kind of blown that out of the water now that we all work and generally have our own money or whatever. So I don't know why the tradition is needed anymore in today's society, unless you just want to be generous.
It's chivalry.
That's what it's a holdover. Like men do it because they want to appear like they're the man, they're the provider. They want to be generous.
It's a flex. I'm like, bro, why are you coming out of your pocket? She probably gets paid way more than you.
Probably.
Like, honestly, I also think it's somewhat of a status thing. I don't know, but like in my own relationship, I will give my partner money before we ever leave the house, or I've given him gift cards to restaurants where I'll tell him like, hey, I really want to try out this restaurant with you. I got this gift card, where that way it's more equal in terms of who's paying for what. But I would never pull out money in front of him in a restaurant because I feel like that would embarrass him. The way society views that. And I would not do anything like that to him. So I always do it very discreetly in terms of paying for anything.
Michelle, what's your opinion on this?
I just want to clarify the question again. You're asking
Sure.
because of like how they didn't have like any money on them, like if they're like should
I
be
think it's an expectation issue,
okay.
right? Like,
I mean,
and I'm
first I
asking if
wanna
that's still correct, and what, how do we think about that? Because is it just the way it is, and we should just accept that and move on?
yeah,
Because I always did. I think I always did, right? Like I never actually planned for a woman to pay for anything. Now I haven't dated in 20 years, so things change.
sure.
You know,
I mean, for those girls, I mean, like teenagers, like nowadays, like use Apple Pay. They very well could have like access to absolutely everything they owned, for all we know.
sure, that's true.
And obviously, if they're getting into bars, they have to have some sort of ID. And I bet you, like, they have a cell phone wallet thingy, like I do. I don't carry a purse at all, and I never feel like I'm without my
You don't
resources.
stick it in your boob like Glenn was talking about, do you? That's
Dude,
gross.
no. I worked somewhere, and somebody once handed me boob sweat cash, and after that, I swore off the boob pocket from that point on. I was over it. No more boob sweat cash.
Michelle, you are
That's that
welcome
swooby money. That's that
Any
swooby
girl that
money.
just goes boob sweat right out loud.
Don't be getting mad at
You're
that
welcome.
swooby money.
I'm sorry, I couldn't do
I'll
it.
take all that swooby money. Give me that swooby money.
I like my cell phone wallet. I like my
I'll take the swooby money any
debit
day
card.
of the week.
Yeah, no, it's grody. I don't like it.
Call it what you want, but I'll take it. Give me that swooby money. It's money, right? I'll put it right in my bank.
But in respect to your actual question of like, the double standard, I mean, I don't necessarily like think all double standards are bad. And I definitely don't think that we're like going to reinvent the wheel at like 3:30 on a Thursday afternoon to like mate selection or attraction. That's like not going to happen, right? Like it is
Right.
what it is. Like they're going out to socialize, the guys pay or not, like, breaking that down any kind of way. Like I think it is what it is.
All right. Well, I'm going to take just a quick break here for a second. First, Cam the King, Grid One. I'm surprised the chick never been in a relationship, but she's out there competing in the sucking the D Olympics. I don't think so. Doesn't scream "make me a wife." I don't know, bro. I talked to people that apparently know her, and they don't think she's ever had a boyfriend. She's never dated, and Glenn. So Glenn and I were on the same page the other night, but Glenn bet that she was a virgin, and I'm not betting against Glenn on that one because she very well could be. Glenn also has to roll out, guys. So please, everyone, thank Glenn for showing here.
Thank you, Glenn. We love
He's
you.
been up for like 4 days in a row now. He needs to sleep for like 3. So,
no, I was not. I woke up. I went to sleep yesterday. I just haven't gone to sleep yet. I was gonna go to sleep. I get this SOS. Get on grid stream. Okay.
I thought you were asleep.
I was
and then we've got Solid Snake gifted 40 or 30 memberships,
Solid
guys.
Snake.
Solid Snake gifted a total of 30 memberships. What a legend. A Chad. A Chad amongst Chads. And so we appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much. If you don't know, the memberships are active, and you can become a member of the channel. And I put up funny emojis and things like that all the time.
Like the balls like Andrew has that come raining down. When
Waiting. I got to level up. I'm still new. Remember, I'm new. I don't have such luxuries just yet. So, but everybody congratulate.
I wanted to make one sort of interesting point, though. What you were saying about this little hawk to a girl is that it was Angel, I think, was making the point that we've sort of lost the culture war. If you were to go back 100 years, you would never find a girl that age running around in a mini dress and doing some fairly descriptive sexual stuff to a random reporter. Like, it just wouldn't be done. She wouldn't know about that potentially. So even a girl, which we're going to presume she's a good girl, she's a virgin, she has a good family.
Well,
whatever.
let's go back 50
That's
years. Let's not use 100 years ago. Let's use 50 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, there you're
100%.
getting into the 1970s.
100% would have been the same thing. 100%.
I mean, in the 1970s, though, is when things got a little bit loose as far as the way women behaved. You would have never had, we'll say 1950s,
Let's say it in the 50s.
1960s.
Let's do 70 years. Let's say in
Yeah,
1950.
yeah. So
In
not that long
1950, she
ago,
would have
like
been. She would have done
my
the same thing. She'd have been
grandmother.
out there in 1950. She'd have been out there in a mini skirt or a poodle skirt, and there wouldn't have been video cameras. So no, we wouldn't have a record of it. But she would have acted a fool. And this is actually my biggest contention with the whole thing that people are judging her on is that the problem with society by and large today is that you can't run away from your history ever. Because people literally take, I do not. I mean, I'm on camera here, but I don't take a lot of pictures. I don't want my picture taken. I live in anonymity. I barely take pictures of my kids. I just don't like it because at any point that stuff can come back and haunt you really, really badly. I really don't like my picture taken out in public at all. But you cannot escape anything now. And I use the example all the time of my buddy's wife. They've been married longer than I've been married. They're probably in their 22nd, 23rd year. They have 2 beautiful kids and are great. They're a great couple. And he met her at a wet t-shirt contest. The problem is that if that happened today, there'd be videos of it up on Instagram that people would be pulling up every single wedding anniversary showing, oh, look how you met your wife. Right? Like that's dumb. And that's what happens with people today. And we forget that. I don't have a problem with anything that this girl's done because I think people have crazy moments in their life. They do stupid things to be funny. And generally in the olden days, you would just walk on by and just forget about it. 2 years later, girl's married, has a family, responsible human being. Now she's the Haktua girl and everyone's calling her a whore. Even though she's probably a virgin, she's never had a boyfriend. She works in a market out in the rural area of Tennessee. This is a problem with our society, guys. This is like a serious societal problem. And if you don't see it, that means you live in a city where you're so you've become so immune and you're so inundated with this that you're hardened and you can't see past it.
The issue I say with this is that our success as a nation, our culture failed to progress as fast as the technology and industry of our nation did. That was the issue. If our culture kept up with the technological advancements of our culture, we would have a lot less problems as we go and keep going forward. And like you just said, people always act a fool. There are moments in our lives where we act a fool and do something foolish. The issue is that the current advancement of technology got to a point to where our moments of foolishness are now available to the world to see for the rest of our days and even beyond our days. So even when we're dead, our family members, our children, grandchildren, stuff can still be reminded of a foolish act that we did decades, generations ago because of the advancement of our technology. And our culture didn't advance fast enough with us to keep us in line in understanding nuances like that come with that advancement.
Michelle, do you have an opinion on this?
No, I was texting my son. Sorry.
I knew you weren't paying attention.
I was definitely not. Yeah. Sorry.
How about Tina? Do you have an opinion?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a generational gap or what, but I don't understand these younger people today because honestly, myself, if it was even a school reporter, because you remember them back in high school, and they came up to me and said something, and I said something, I would never do that because I would be in fear of somebody in my family seeing that. Like, I just wouldn't do that. And I think back then, we were always conscious about, I did stupid stuff, believe me, but we did them in private. We didn't do it in front of everybody. And the kids today, they just do it in front of everybody like it's no big deal. So I can't relate to them.
Well, there's no such thing as privacy. There's no such thing as privacy anymore.
I mean, I've
Well,
always
yeah,
had
they
it.
allow it.
Sorry.
The kids allow it. They allow it to not be no such thing as privacy, but there still can be.
Well, the kids are now videoing everything and putting it up on their own TikToks and Instagrams
Right.
and whatnot. But
Right.
this is why I think the culture has declined more, because granted, I was a little bit sheltered, but I would have never dressed like that at her age. I would have never been out alone at night like that when I was her age. I wouldn't even know sexual stuff to know how to express what she did at her age. I don't know exactly how old she is, but she looks pretty young to me.
I think she's in her 20s, 21, probably 22, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I was having a baby at 20, so I definitely knew what Haktua was.
And I thought she was like, maybe.
Have you seen the Haktua girl, Michelle, and
Oh, yeah.
ZD Den? Okay.
Yeah.
They're
From
local
like
to me.
from the sexpert point of view of things, my friends call me a sexpert in like my end of YouTube.
Sure.
I will say that Haktua is actually based. You want the more viscous saliva for the act, it's better for you. So practically speaking, yes, she is correct. I think she showed personality, and I think generally from guys, at least from what I was seeing, like I understand you might have like a different feed from me, but I think her overall impression on everybody, at least from what I saw, was just like, holy shit, a chick with personality. That's awesome. So that was kind of my feel of it. So
my feel of it was that it came from a girl who hangs around with her brothers and her brother's friends, because the way it came off, it sounded like coming from a guy's mouth.
It was like so inept, and like it's like she didn't even really understand sex, right? Like that's the thing is that and there's this moment in the video. I don't know if you guys watch the whole video. There's this moment in the video. Now it's edited, but there's a moment in the video where they ask her they ask her something about her last body, and she like stopped and had to make up a lie on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just tell she was lying. You could just tell. And it was really an interesting deal.
Yeah, I think she's talking shit. We've all
talking
been
shit.
there.
That's right. Yeah, she's talking shit. So, yeah. And so I don't really have, I mean, I get everyone's immediate knee jerk. This is haram. This is not a proper way to act, but let's consider context as well. She's downtown in the CMA Fest. It's nothing but a gigantic week-long party with a lot of alcohol involved. So in the context of it, she's actually she's not jumping up and down on the
car,
the cars, the terraces, showing her boobs to everybody walking by underneath. Right. So let's thank God for small favors. So, yeah. So that's my deal. I went to try and find her. I had some good leads. I actually ended up making a contact to provide my merch for me, because the guy that does her merch, the hats, he's going to do my stuff too. So that's going to kind of work out for me. Solid Snake Sins, Grid One is right. A good example of this is Belle Delphine selling simps her bath water. After putting softcore content on OF, she's labeled as a skank. I don't know that I wouldn't label her a skank, but
yeah,
I mean,
like I said, I think I don't know if she resents it, but the fact that she shut down all of her social media tells me it's not exactly one of her proudest moments. I think
that was the other thing we talked about yesterday.
I think she's a really nice girl. I think she just was talking shit and it got out of hand.
Yeah.
Just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump was talking shit. That's what happened with him.
Example.
That was the other thing. Somebody else was saying that, well, you know, that she said it and, you know, it's such a bad thing to say. And I'm like, well, do you think Donald Trump actually grabs girls by the pussy?
Right.
Do you think that really happened? I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. I'm not a billionaire, but I think there are limits.
But it was definitely locker room talk.
Yeah, locker room talk. Yeah. Well, it was drunk and I actually don't think she was drunk either. I think it's a person trying to be funny with somebody sticks a camera in your face and tells you to be funny, and you're expected to be kind of funny and a little bit radical, right? So
yeah.
I do think it's a valid point, though, that regardless of if you think it's fair or not, you've got to warn your kids that anything they videotape and put on social media or do in public can end up as very public content, and it can affect them in terms of future college admissions, employment, etc. It can be used against them. Again, whether you think it's fair or not, that's just the reality of our society.
Ghost 1970 said Octua gave false advertisement.
Yeah. Okay.
False advertisement.
False advertisement. All right. So we kind of really got away from the marriage topic that I was on today, but that's okay. That's okay. These once you go panel, you know, it just kind of can go in various directions.
I have a hungry man coming home, so I need to get going myself.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Go be a good wife, and have a good evening. All right, and then there were 4. Yep. So, I don't know. I think the Haktua girl is very funny. I thought it was hilarious.
I did too. I thought she was precious.
I wouldn't go as far as precious, but I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny in the same way that I think a lot of things are funny. That I'm like, whatever. It did not offend my morality because I don't know her enough for it to offend my morality. So
that makes sense.
You know, just like the girls on Whatever when they're sitting there talking about all the nonsense that they do, I'm like, well, you're just gonna go to hell. Whatever. I'm not going to go to hell. You know, you can. Not my everyday Ashley. See what I did there? That was funny. Smashly, is that you? That is you.
Oh, yeah.
$1.99, just subscribe. Well, awesome. Thank you so much. Even though you were drunk the last time we talked and you annoyed me. That's okay. Lots of people annoy me. I do not know Morgan Wallen. I know like nobody. I basically just play with my airplanes and my cars, and you know, occasionally get to play with my wife. So you know how that is. Married a long time.
Nice. Nice.
What? Yeah.
I said nice. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. No, it's you know, you married 19 years. You know, it's like it's an interesting dynamic. I should talk about that one day about how people for some reason think that you get old and tired and all of that, but I'm just mostly tired. I don't really feel old. So
I don't know, man. Every time it rains, my knee hurts now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I tore my knee up a year and a half ago. Still working on it.
There's nothing like knee pain, dude.
Well, Arthur knows. She probably fixed knees.
Oh, are you a surgeon?
No, I'm an anesthesiologist. So, and then I also do critical care in the ICU. So I wouldn't know how to actually do the orthopedic part to fix the knee. I would just put them to sleep for the surgery.
Yep.
Oh, Ash, it's better. I procrastinated enough to not care about it anymore, or I got better measure.
Yeah. Interesting.
I was grooming my dog and he messed up my foot.
Ooh.
He like jumped on it.
Oh, interesting. I did a really stupid thing at a shooting match. So, and tore my hip and knee up. And because I am who I am, I didn't stop. I continued. I just, why would I? I was fine until I wasn't fine. And it hurt a lot. All right. So, what was the other subject I talked about today, that I wanted to talk about today? We've pretty much covered everything and then some. Anybody got anything that they would like to talk about while you're up here? You have a platform ish.
I actually need to jump down, but I wanted to say thank you so much for having me on.
You're
and
welcome
definitely
anytime.
back.
You made me laugh. That was great. It was very funny.
Awesome. It's great.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you, Ashley. It was good to meet you.
All right. Bye.
Yep.
Have a good
Have a
one.
good one, Michelle.
Bye.
Angel, got anything? You wanted to talk politics last night.
Yeah, I should have got into it with you and Anson. It was a great convo, but I got in too late to where you were already getting ready to go to bed, and I said, it's too late. You know,
This is
and I if you do a night shift tonight, I'm not going to be able to participate because I got family night tonight. I got to take me, my son, my daughter-in-law, his mentorship, his kid that he mentors, and then my father, and we're going to have movie night. So I'm going to go to the movies.
Well, it's yeah, okay. It's unfortunate because I would really like what specifically did you take issue with, and so I can make some.
Oh, it wasn't no issue. I just wanted to get in more in depth because you were talking about the how we talked about the write-ins and states that couldn't write in, and the conversation was more about how the Republicans would remove Trump if he's put on house arrest. They would more than likely remove him from the nomination and put someone else in place.
Yeah, I
and my
think he was
contention
really reaching there. He was really
yeah,
reaching.
and my contention with that was that unlike Joe Biden, Trump has a very strong and loyal base. Joe Biden doesn't. That's why he's having such problems with the Palestine-Israel conflict among his voters. Trump doesn't have that issue. We're all going to vote for him. If you're a Trump supporter, you're voting for him no matter what. It doesn't matter if he goes to jail. It doesn't matter. And the reality was we saw that play out in the Republican primaries. Nikki couldn't even win her own state. So the idea that you're going to swap, the Republican Party would renounce him because he's put on house arrest at the convention and snub him and then put like a Nikki Haley in his place, it wouldn't matter. His base is going to follow him no matter where he goes. And his base is enough to carry the party because it was in the primary and it will be now. The issue is not a matter of his base. It's a matter of people in the middle and the breakdown on the left, where the left is going to be being leached from by RF Kennedy. Don't get it misconstrued. Biden is going to lose a lot more votes going to RF Kennedy than Trump. That's just the reality. Because of the Palestine-Israel conflict, a lot of the people that would have voted for Biden are going to vote for RFK simply out of spite alone, or they're going to sit on their couch. That's just what it is. So that's why I didn't buy that. And this is why I wanted to come and explain that to Anson. No. And even if you took all the states that don't allow write-ins, guess what? Those are mostly red states. And you know what the majority of those people in those red states are going to do? They're going to vote for Trump anyway. So, so it's like at the end of the day, the Republican Party wouldn't be foolish enough to snub that many red states at their convention. That would cause a massive delegation deferment there. The delegates of all those states would reject that. And a lot of the red states would call emergency legislative meetings. They would call legislation back in, and they would probably try to repeal the laws or adjust them immediately. We saw that in Pennsylvania when they, after the last election, when the courts determined that their change to voter laws for mail-in ballot was unconstitutional. So they had to call emergency sessions of legislation of the House in that state. So again, even if that were to happen, it would cause a legislative crisis in those states. They wouldn't just sit on their hands idly.
Right. I really don't know. I feel like that. I agree with what you said. You heard what I said, right? I mean, I feel
absolutely.
Like there's the biggest problem that I see is that there's only one person that has a national presence enough to replace Biden right now, and he could pull votes away from RFK. And this is why I think that they're going to have to replace Biden before November. They can't do it after. So there's this whole theory about leaving Biden in place until after the election, and then like 2 weeks after, but before the inauguration, he suddenly becomes ill, and then Newsom steps in under some weird party line deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys, I get distracted once in a while, but yeah, I mean it's I don't see any other way forward. They can't replace there's no way that they can replace Biden as it is right now. They will lose if they do that. I don't care who they put in.
Mm-hmm. The overwhelming talk of making a change on candidates right now is coming from the Democrats. It's not you hardly hear anything from the right when it comes to the Republicans. Speaking of that, there's a reason for that, because the Republicans understand that even if Trump gets put on house arrest, they understand that if they make a move on Trump in that way, to snub him in that way, they will automatically lose the election, because the majority of Trump's base will turn on the Republican Party and couch out.
Yeah.
We will couch out. We will sit on the couch.
Right. I
do believe Trump is going to lose, unfortunately,
though.
The
other thing is I don't know if you heard Anson the other night say that, that he feels like the election is going to be fixed and all of that. Now, I do believe that they're going to try and fix the election. I 100%.
I agree.
Do every single time, every way. I just think that this time, I don't think that they'll be able to, because they don't have the COVID buffer, if you will.
No, they don't.
So I don't believe that they can fix it. However, let's just assume that for some reason Trump does lose. It's not the end of everything, and it actually makes our job easier in 28, because at that point by that point I firmly believe that Newsom's having some problems in California. Well, you're there and you should know that he's having problems in California. He's flirting with being prosecuted himself. I have no idea how he's not in jail right now. So
and he's been recalled once already. And he's facing a second recall potential already.
Right. So if they don't get it done this year, I don't believe that they'll have Newsom for the next election cycle, but they will be, obviously they'll try and bring somebody else up. I think they're going to try another Obama in 28. It'll be somebody that you've never heard of, has never held significant office anywhere, and it's just going to be like, the guy out of left field, right? And I think they're going to do that because that is their only play. And I think we're doing that because I believe that Vivek can be pulled up enough to run in 28 and do damage. You know what I mean? Like, even if they pull an Obama up, I think that if we can pull up Vivek after Trump, that would be killer. Vivek after Biden would be nuclear.
I agree with that, as long as Vivek stays relevant, meaning he would have to participate in Trump's cabinet.
Well, and that's the thing, is I think Vivek's aiming for a cabinet market. If you look at his business, his business is, I mean, he has a lot of money, but his business isn't actually doing that well. And so I think that he's looking to move into that's why he's looking to move into the political sphere. Guys, right. I'm actually 49 minutes long. I am going to redirect you guys to the Crucible. I do not normally stay this long on. Hopefully everybody can join over there, and we'll be you guys will have a great time. You guys will have a great time over at the Crucible, because they are awesome people. And
my man Andrew,
that's right. So I just give me 1 second. I'll get that set up. In the meantime, we can talk some more about I hope I didn't bore anybody with the election stuff. I personally really truly believe that this election is not as significant as people believe that it is. I just think that it's getting hyped, overhyped, because otherwise it wouldn't even be funny how bad our buddy Biden would get blown out. Like this election is the most hilarious thing ever, because everyone's like, well, Biden's a big threat. Biden has he made a campaign speech? I don't think he has. Not a real
He's
one.
been hiding in his basement.
Yeah, he's hiding in his
even
basement.
for this debate.
Took during 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
So
even for this debate.
Right. And I think that's the technique, that's the strategy. And guys, don't buy into this nonsense. Just don't do it. Be positive, make change. You guys get off my lawn. You got to go away.